Hello, everybody. Welcome to ETH Denver, and we are in the judging day, and we're super excited to actually give this talk about resilient community. Myself, Francesco, with Crystal, and yeah, we're super excited to be here. Let's deep down on our topic. So, welcome every builder. I see in the audience different type of peoples, from developer, from builders, MVP builders is really great. Maybe some DevRels, but hey, let's get it started. So what are we talking up today? So we want to kind of like speak about what are developer ecosystem, why do we need that? We'll speak about also roles of hackathon, and let's redefine what developer relation is all about. We want to also create and show you how we can create a safe space for the builders, going around and create new ecosystems. Then we actually speak about some frameworks, like the builder hierarchy of needs that we created in the back of the days. And then we'll speak about, actually that's why we have Crystal, we'll speak about self-awareness, resilient leadership, but most important, why your community building need to have a purpose-driven mission. And then we open up for Q&A. So everybody here is open to ask us questions, but most important, we will do a small fireside chat to deep down on the topic that we want to discuss today. So, about myself, I'm Francesco, I'm part of the DevRel team at Consensus, and I've just been in communities, in developer communities for the past decade, and I'm super excited to show a little bit those frameworks, those lessons learned, all the things that I did it wrong, and yeah, it's just exciting to be here. So let's speak a little bit about the importance of developer ecosystem. I will not ask you guys why this is important, but it's extremely interesting to see. So building cool products and cool technology is not enough. You want to surround yourself, but amazing human beings that are advocating for the space every time. The need for a vibrant community that knows and loves your tech is one of the most important factors that there is today. And we see also around different ecosystems, not just layer 2 ecosystem, but anybody that is building developer tooling and products. And then, very important, we need to speak the same language in terms of like metrics, OKRs. How we can do that? We need to build some specific frameworks on how to align on different developer activation, both offline and online. So, just a quick side note, understanding hackathon is extremely important. There are different ways to do that. The reality of many hackathon is different, so you have different ways. The important things here to understand is that you need to show how you can engage prior the hackathon, but also like activate developers post-hackathon activation. There are always some common feedbacks, but most important is that you need to learn from each hackathon, go back to your engineering team with feedbacks, and learn from that. Every hackathon is a way to grow and support the community further. So we spoke about different topics. Now I want to deep dive a little bit on the developer relation side, right? We have always two natural division around DevRels today. We have the development side that people want to work on different APIs, documentation and tooling, and then you have the relationship side, right? People that want to create tutorials, they want to advocate for the space through all these non-traditional marketing activation, like technical meetups, developer meetups, and it's actually quite good. After a lot of time and seeing how organizations are moving forward today, we always see that there are two main categories that you can, and this is a suggestion, so you can take that as an example, but you could also divide these developer relation teams in developer evangelism and developer advocacy. So now we're coming to this framework. So we need to have a true builders need framework, right? So we need, as we mentioned before, a standardization around activation and developer ecosystem. How this framework need to be fully tailored on Web3 and blockchain developer communities. And then this framework today need to be agnostic to products so that also other companies and organizations can apply to that. And they can speak the same language. So without further ado, I hope you guys remember this. Raise your hand if you remember this Maslow. Okay, cool. So basically, what we did, we translate this in the in something called Francesco hierarchy builders needs. That basically is a full dedicated framework to see what are the activation and where this activation stand for. And based on this, we put some examples, and I will link you guys also with some deep down. But you can see right now on the lowest level, you have stuff like flagship hackathons, access to resources, basic education and trading. Without this being solidified, you cannot proceed further to the next level. Example, you need to have a solid Evergreen academy. You need to have solid tutorials where people can be fed. And this is extremely important. Then the second big part, and I really happy that also Crystal is here because she's actually extremely on this side, on this core of this functionality, is safety. Why we need to have a safe space. That's why ecosystem meetups, you need to show developers that you care about the ecosystem and you can drive a thought leader in the ecosystem specific topics. And this, I want to point it out, this is not product specific. This is all about topics, right? For example, all the layers 2 out there, what you want to speak about specific architecture, design pattern around layer 2. So you don't want to speak what you shipped last week. And I think this safe space developers care about and are extremely important that you are developing kind of an importance around this. Then the third part is love and belongings. So this is basically dipping down on more localized activation, like smaller hackathons, workshops, running specific ambassador program and specific community engagement. And then I will not furthermore, but then you have extra things that you may make your developer community stronger. So this is a QR code where we kind of deep down on the hierarchy of needs for developers, and I will definitely share more, and we will speak more about that. So I mentioned a little bit, but we need to transition to a fully Web3 community building. Not just using Web3 tooling, but also really embrace having this festival of company together and showing developers that you care about not just your product, but the entire ecosystem. What does it mean this? Co-innovation partnership. You want to have community, developer community, company doing this with you. You want to have a festival of companies doing workshop with you. And then it's all about relationship. You want to build this relationship not just during hackathon. You want to have a strategically post-developer activation. And I think that's extremely important. So you want to engage developers successfully. How you want to focus on education, curiosity. What we mentioned before is you want to avoid traditional marketing tactics, but also be honest and be authentic. I think this is extremely important why you want to do that. This is another framework that we built back in the days, but this is how to show organization how you can be agnostic, but in the same time caring about the ecosystem and how you can drive specific product activation conversion. And without this part will never be effective. And we can share this. I don't think actually it's readable that well, but you will see on the recording. And these are all the local activation, and you can take this and use it as you want. So tools and documentation is your most valuable assets. You want to also feed them with specific tutorials on the docs. And there is this rule about hello words, how long need to take. I will not go deep down, but most important, my recommendation is always use hackathons and specific single activation to push your engineering team to ship, but also to prioritize features. In the past, at least 2 years, we were prioritizing feature based on hackathon feedbacks, and this feedback loop is super important. So you could not do single activation without evergreen initiatives. So one important part is that you want to run evergreen initiative similar to what academies are, similar to what evergreen hackathon are. I really like the example of what Superfluid does with evergreen hackathons. It's super interesting, and it's engage continuously developers. Grants program. So this is extremely important, and it's also very interesting to see that even if you're bringing authenticity to your ecosystem, if you're not successful in create these evergreen programs and showing compassion in what you're doing, these developers will never stick out. Cool. And important, create this platform to highlight success of this developer, right? You want them to show whatever they build in a hackathon, in a developer community call. You want to show them what they build in different contribution. You want to prioritize this contribution around the ecosystem, and also mostly be supportive of what you are doing. This is also a very interesting fact. I will not speak about a lot. I wanna actually mention a use case that we did in the past and worked really well. With a colleague of mine, we started something called Builder Nights. These Builder Nights were agnostic and ecosystem events with the goal of trying to discuss specific topics in the ecosystem. We started with 437. We started with layer 2 discussion. And it actually, we literally create a movement. And this is actually where the welcome remarks. And these are our tech pillars, why we want to stay true to developers. So we build a movement. And not just we are saying that we build a movement, but a lot of people were writing, hey, it's great. For example, here you can see, I don't know if you can see, but no promotion, no say pitch, no VCs. People really appreciate the fact that we were trying to defend the full right of the audience to get the information as most agnostic as possible, so that they can do a judging after to see whatever they want to build afterwards. So why building a movement is important. This was one feedback that we had back at ETH Safari, and was very interesting because there were other meetups before, right? So a lot of companies speak about their products, and we actually took the other approach. We actually spoke about a specific topic, how you enable peer-to-peer payments around the sub-Saharan Africa ecosystem, and actually people love that, right? And in the same time, we were speaking about, okay, this is our layer 2s, but that's a consequence. Safety, this is something that Krista will mention about, and I will get fast to the point. But long story short is that you need to create a safe space for those developers to discuss, criticize, and give feedback fully organic to you. This is something that we really care about, not just because we're saying, but this is something that we really saw that art on our ends, right? We organized more than 11 Asia Builder Nights, and all these had specific feedbacks on why creating verticalized meetups, fully agnostic, no shilling, was actually creating a safe space for them to give feedbacks. So the lesson learned here is that don't over-engineer, leverage the local community partners that will able to advocate for you and for your vertical meetups, but most important, include different ecosystem players and make sure that you are giving a voice to those local communities. Cool. Results, I don't want to speak too much about results, but we ran this movement on Asia last year, and we had fully organic, more than 9 million of organic impressions. Bunch of people were involved in this. Bunch of people want to be involved in this for 2024 and 2025, and it's just crazy what people are still remember why we create this. Not is what we did, is why and how we create this. Cool. Now, without this compassion, this human side, this will never be possible. That's why I welcome Crystal to take the second parts. And if you want, ask questions. Thank you, Crystal. And yeah, welcome everybody.
Thank you, Francesco. Which one do I hit?
It's just down.
Right. All right, here we go. Y'all ready to make a hot mess? Yay. Okay. Cool. So I'm Crystal. I am the founding member of DAO. I have a 500 RYT yoga certification. I was also at Unlock Protocol. And basically, I explore the intersections of humanity, technology, and the mystical with my work. And I was also the former director of community at Consensus, a photojournalist, and I specialize in strategic comms and community building. So what makes a community resilient? There's many elements that makes a community resilient. Some of them are regenerative leadership, self-awareness, I think that's one of the biggest ones, mission-driven work, and safe spaces and beautiful oopsies. So organizational models based on living systems, it's moving away from this organization as a rigid mechanistic structure. And this is basically the evolution of where we're going. We're in this time of transition where all of the systems outside of technology, everything we live within, is collapsing and finding new ways to regenerate for what we're stepping into. And as community builders, we need to be really hyper aware of this because the people that are in our charge that we're creating these safe spaces for need emergent leadership that can morph and adjust to all of the chaos that we're experiencing. So this is some kind of complex theories. So they will be on my blog, and I'll be talking about these a lot over time in the next few months. But basically, we have living system design, living system culture, and living systems being. And This is a logic of life. So as a regenerative leader, we move in and out of these different different structures and systems. And this is a big one. This is way too complex to get into right now, but we're talking about old traditional systems, which is yesterday's logic, which is top-down hierarchical structures. Where we are right now is over here. We're in this phase, and our technology is built on biomimicry. It is built to mimic emergent systems, not structures and top-down hierarchy. So the slogan of that old trad system was, it's all about the numbers. This old school of thought is giving way to something very different, which is what excites me. It's why I stay in this space, is that we're moving toward everything being about relationships. And as you build community, it is all about relationships. At the end of the day, this is what we come together to do, is move forward in a mission, and that is relational. It is not based on OKRs and metrics. And so again, like our technology, especially those that work in impact DAO spaces and meta crisis, this is us right here. Our technology it moves, it's fluid. It has to be able to move. If we put it into rigid structures, it will break. And in that breaking, the community itself is not safe, and it's not good for our developers to learn and be in. And I love this quote. If you want to build a ship, don't gather people together to collect wood, and don't assign the tasks and the work, but teach them to long for the immensity of the sea. Gather people together around a mission, move them forward to a big vision. It doesn't matter how you build the ship just has to be able to navigate the tsunami that's coming at us. And this is kind of, all of it right here. So as community builders, we need to rally around a mission. At Journo DAO, we have a mission to help fix journalism with decentralization. Sometimes we know what it looks like, sometimes we don't. But because we're able to move in and out of how we serve our community and what our purpose is, at the end of the day, we can always come back together for it. And we really are just a group of Gen Xers held together by fart jokes. So the takeaway for individual DevRels and individual community builders for today's talk is leadership dynamics, and basically compassion in the code is one of the things that I really want to focus on. I want compassion to be baked into our technology so that my niece, who is 6 years old, when she goes to use her tech, it doesn't extract from her and it doesn't see her as the product. That it is fluid and it is designed for her generation to navigate the shit show that we've handed to them. So so the takeaway here for an individual is to work on these three things, and there's a QR code coming that has all this online. The big thing is self-awareness. It's understanding who you are in any situation, and at the end of the day, knowing where you stand in this whole ecosystem, and having compassion for those that you work with. Again, patience and silence. Creating space so that things can come into our thoughts and move our missions forward. And then empathy. How much time we got here? Okay, good. Empathy is another big one, and this is what, Francesco, you have this in spades. You are one of the kindest, empathetic developers I've ever worked with, and engineers, and that is the sweet spot. When you can find the technical mind and someone that has compassion and kindness, that is your leader. That's the person you want to put forward, give them the platform, and they can help build the systems we need to move forward. So here's the QR code. I'll get out of the way. So building a safe container, beautiful oopsies is definitely one. That is my niece's term that I think she got from somewhere. And basically, it's not being afraid to fail. Giving people permission in your communities to make mistakes. We're all human. We're going to fuck up everything. And give people permission to do that so that before that mistake becomes something you can't maintain, you've acknowledged the fact that you need to fix it. And that is one of the things that I think we need to embrace more, is just being messy humans. And deep listening is another really big one. When you're in a community container, don't be multitasking, don't be distracted. If you're having a deep conversation, have it, be present with it, listen. Don't try to interject your points. That deep listening is where you make that human connection and create that safe space. And I just love this quote. Softness is when I surrender to what is, and at the same time, keep moving forward. It is when I surrender to what is, without giving up. And if I need to let it go, I will. And in our systems, because of the way they are constantly changing, we need to be able to let things go and move on to what's coming next, even if we don't know what that is. And as Ram Dass, my yoga guru, says, in the end, we're all just walking each other home. And that's it.
Sounds
all right. Good. So now we are going to have a conversation about all this stuff. And thank you. Got questions? Ask them.
I would say I wanna go back. That we have still some time. Oh, the clicker for the. I wanna go back to the pyramid, right? Like we were speaking about safe, safe spaces. Like literally the second level around, why ecosystem matters. Like how we can really like deliver a full safe space, right? I think this is also a question that pop up a lot, like around what we discussed before. And yeah, I think like one of the best ways is provide this kind of space where you speak about topics and verticals, but anything else that you think is relevant?
I think all of it's relevant. Let's see. Let's break down love and belongingness. What do you think about that one? Like, how do you do that in a hackerspace? How do you create that container for that kindness and that loving space to exist?
For hacker houses, hackathon?
Yeah. Or just for any
developer activation. I think you always need to give like a direction of what developers can build. Like you need to have like conversion, for example, bounties, and in the same time you want to have like vertical bounties, right? I think that's why this hackathon is super interesting. You have like track bounties and sponsor bounties, and developers can still target both, but at the same time create and build dApps that are kind of like focused on their own narrative, right? I think that's super important. And I think also one big part, like when you're kind of like creating this safe space, is that you are basically building instruments to kind of like feed and nurture your developer audience, right? Through like ambassador programs, to like very specific like product workshops. And I think this is also like very important. But you can. That's what I'm trying to state before in the presentation, is that you cannot go down in the funnel without having solidified the first two parts. Maybe like I want to show you these parts, and I give you the words like. Let me see. So I want to show you again the funnel, right? That's super important. Yeah. Oh, but I have this. So funnel one, right? So this is why all your strategy need to be driven by something like that, right? When I kind of like started this, like the idea was that how we can divide specific conversion, activation, and ecosystem. And like the lesson learned is that if you don't solidify this part of the funnel, you were not able to successfully actually have product conversion strategies, right? And I think that's why going back to the pyramid, without having the first two levels fully solidified, you will not be ready to successfully convert or like create excitement around your products.
No, that makes total sense. And what comes to mind too is in the ambassador program, we had our workshops, our bi-weekly workshops, and our ambassadors would come in. They got to know us and our DevRels that would come in and talk about our individual products. And they got to actually really explore and get deep into the technology in a very safe container to ask questions. And then when we transitioned into IRL hackathons, like in Istanbul, and ambassadors were able to actually work with the DevRels they learned from online, like seeing them light up like that human relationship allowed them to then dive deeper into the tech and build beautiful things. I feel like that is the circle there, that it's relational again.
Yes, and just quick background like on this ambassador program. So basically the narrative was, instead actually like focusing on specific workshop, let's divide on type of contributions. As we mentioned before, there are different type of contribution. You have from like content creation to like giving webinars to actually creating PRs and contributing code, right? So we said we went on the opposite side. We divided the contribution types and we create the programming based on that. And while we did that, we create specific tracks that were product focused and also like as you mentioned, like compassion focused. And I think this was also very important because this type of webinars also gave kind of an adding value compared to other activation that you see in the space. And the feedback were great.
Yeah, no, they loved it. And I think we saw it at Camp Buidl too. Like having that organic space that people could just learn comfortably with time and ask questions of some of the leaders in the industry that allowed them to really dive deep into the technology and learn in that safe space.
Yes. So Camp Buidl, I think, was extremely useful. And also, like, there are always two ways. And this is our recommendation for everybody that listening to this, right? Even if you're doing a very product-specific workshop, right? Like, and we did that, right? When we started from scratch, build your own MetaMask app. Like, the narrative is build the use case first, and how you do that, you're building the snap. But the most important part, for example, going back to Camp Buidl, was we had different like webinars that were from like start from scratch to build your first gaming app. So there were, this was like the main, the why and the how we want to do that, and the what was a secondary, so how we do that. And I think like people are attracted by the use case first, and then you are the one that is in charge to like pushing like how you do that through SDK, through snaps. And I think this is extremely important to see the difference. That's why, you know, like when we're speaking about the second part around, you know, safety, is that without actually like pushing like a very focused, verticalized initiative, you cannot go to the next level and speak a very specific product conversion initiative. And I think that that's quite what kind of like we learn during the way.
And I feel too like the ecosystem itself is going to begin moving towards being product focused in a way that's competitive. It's our product is the best, our L2, our protocol is the best. We're all doing the same thing. This ecosystem is the size of a thimble. We need to begin to break out of those confines of it has to be this product or it has to be built this way, and let's look at what is the end solution. Let's use all of the protocols, all of the products that fit this together instead of being in competition with one another to be the best. Let's put it all together and look at the entire ecosystem that way, and I think that also translates into leadership. I think we need to begin looking at how we lead these groups, because it requires a different type of leadership style so that you can be one that can say, okay, our product might not be appropriate for this use case. Let's use a competitor's. You know, let's make the thing we're building beautiful, and let's not jam whatever we want to jam into it just because we need to or because there's a bounty.
100%. I think also one lesson learned here was like, so we are doing, in general, in the ecosystem, you see very single activation, right? And I think one thing that kind of the ecosystem teaches us is that you need to have ways to have developer continually contributing around the ecosystem. An example, like when I spoke and mentioned before, like the super fluid kind of like Evergreen hackathon, is that developers, even when are finishing up, like, you know, tomorrow, the build-a-thon, like, okay, how I can contribute next, you know? And the cool thing is that you have ways to do that. You know, we had, we have still, like, because this is Academy, like, there are different ways to continuously contribute in the ecosystem through, like, even grants program. And I think every organization should be kind of, like, thoughtful about how you bring individual activation to evergreen activation. But it's something that is an add-on, the evergreen activation, right? Because then people like, that's why, for example, in the pyramid, like you have like, virtual hackathons, evergreen activation, they're on the last one, those are extra. The most important part here is that you solidify not just being present at flagship events, but also the access to resources and basic training. If you're not getting your Hello World in 5 minutes, your docs don't comply with like specific tutorials that you can ship in like less than 30, then you're not successful in doing that, and you cannot go up in the pyramid activations.
Yeah, and it's also where that relationship comes back into play too, is that as the DevRel, if you create that evergreen relationship, they can transition through all of these different elements as this person works with your technology, then they're always going to come back to you for that trust and safety, no matter where you are, no matter when it is. It could be 5 years from now. But they are always going to remember the relationship of how you taught them to learn this thing, and they're always going to come back to you in wherever you are in this builder needs hierarchy.
100%. How many of you guys are DevRel professional full-time? Raise your hand. I'm just seeing. Okay, cool. So probably like as you know, like it's a very cross-functional work, right? And while I put this framework here is that you probably can cover different ways, but in reality there are also like different DevRels more focused on content, different DevRels more focused on like giving like IRL workshops or like optimizing docs, right? So it's very interesting also like what you put out in terms of like organizational structure, how also like a team can be like this kind of orbit model, because at the end of the day, you need to kind of like complement each other in the team, right? So like also like I thought, like I think like you had a question previously on how we are taking not just the pyramid but this funnel to the next level is defining not just defining JDs but basically defining a specific roles that are all overlapping with each other. You will always have more people more focused on specific like a task and specific goals, right? And you see that naturally, right? You cannot force people to do what you know, like specific things.
Yeah, and that's where you get back to that emergent thing. Like you might have this vision of what you want people to do, but what people want to do is really up to them. And in the world we have moved into, this living systems logic is how things are going to function. And our leadership has to reflect that. We need to build in buffers and organic spaces where people can move in and out. And as DevRels, you know, having headcount with X amount of DevRels for any organization might not be a logical thing moving forward. It might be easier to have pods of DevRels that have complementary skill sets. One might be good at technical documentation. One might have that kindness, empathy. Yeah. And then you put them in a pod and you move them in and out of the structures. You just plug it into a structure where they need to be so they can move the mission forward of the structure. So as a leader, we have to recognize this is the evolution, and our technology already has it. You know, the biomimicry is baked into it. So we now have to reflect the human side of that living systems logic.
When I saw that for the first time, I asked myself a lot, like, this is very futuristic. I always like trying to understand what is the intermediary solution, you know, like, I think, you know, organization will still function how we know. So, but how we are bringing like this ecosystem, like on sub teams, for example, that's one answer. But anything to add on that?
How to bring that structure in? It's really hard. Harvard and I believe the Wharton Business School have a lot of documentation on how to implement these living systems logic. It's very difficult because we are in that transition phase from trad to emergent. So things are going to break, and there are very few organizations in the world that have really figured this out. So I think that our tech and our ecosystem is going to lead this movement forward into figuring out how do you take the good elements of trad leadership, because there's definitely good structures in there that are nice to have. How do you put them into an emergent system and make them resilient enough that they can be tested and pushed up against without completely breaking the entire structure itself?
Yeah. I think actually we saw a little bit with Builder Nights, because we always add community members, even sometimes with product. If you are successful in building like a developer community that actually cares about each other, you will also get different like external contributions. You know, we had like you know, like designer or freelancer were coming like volunteering at Builder Nights or just in random hackathons. We know, you know, like when we're enabling this permissionless innovation that, you know, other developers can build on top of your technology. So I think this is also like a good way to see also how to include external communities to drive your mission. And that's kind of like exponential, you know?
I think ETH Denver is the best example of this, or one of them. I mean, this is just community building at scale, and people come in and out of these systems and like, hey, I can do this, let me just hop in here and volunteer and do this thing. And you don't ask permission, you just come into the community and you help build, and then you come back out of the community when you're done, and you re-enter when you need to be back. And I feel like this whole event, how it's evolved over the years, and how like I was able to just slide and be like, hey, what do you need? They're like, I need XYZ. I'm like, great. And I think that is a really good example of a living systems logic. And it's messy. That's the beauty of ETH Denver. It's a hot mess, but that's kind of why we're here, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point, like hot mess, right? Like here there were some lessons learned about, you know, like don't over-engineer. Always don't assume, for example, that, you know, you need to do one main activation a year for being successful. Like developers really like see and show authenticity. Doesn't mean that a social media post like need to be perfect, a picture need to be perfect. And I think this is exactly like the lesson learned here is that having more activation, showing your face where you know that there is a strong communities where like when people can contribute and they need support. I think that's extremely important. And the other big part is including like other ecosystem players, tapping in other communities. It's also like a lesson learned that we saw that it's super interesting to have other community members fully like not just criticizing but giving you feedbacks. Yeah. You really know that those feedbacks are honest feedbacks because they were never be building a snaps before or these kind of things, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it in the ambassador program too. Like the day we launched, I broke like 3 things, and everybody rolled up in there and they're like, "This doesn't work. This doesn't work." I'm like, "That was me." But that allowed us to set a tone where everyone was like, "Oh, I broke something," and so we actually just made a bug channel. And people would be like, yeah, this needs to be fixed, this needs to be fixed. So the community got to be empowered in helping us clean the mess up or make the mess together. It goes both ways. So setting that tone from the very beginning and not over-engineering. And then as we pivoted a few times as we were going through that program because we saw there were different needs. And we had an assumption in our mind ahead of time that we'd mapped out and we were wrong. So we just went ahead, let's go this way. And that is where we get into that emergent leadership is you have to be able to pivot and not force your vision onto a system that says we don't want that. We need this. So you have to be able to understand what the need is, and it goes back to empathy. As a Deval, having that empathy to remove the ego and be like, man, I got that wrong, but you're right, let's do what you just said, and then lean into it and move forward. That's how community builds.
Sounds good. I think we are in the 5-minute range. Oh, yeah. Like any question from the audience? Or like anything that we had, criticize, feedbacks that you are.
Don't give him the mic.
There is no pressure.
Hi. That was a great talk. I think, Crystal, you summarized it really well at the end, like tying it all together. But I'm wondering if you could talk about more about the failure modes of the traditional system and what those feel like. Because I've definitely experienced them like as a developer at like a more structured hackathon, like on Facebook campus or something, and it's very like competitive and no one really cares that you're there. Everyone's just kind of like trying to like build something better than the other person. And maybe you can tell me how that contrasts to some of these more just open-ended, more human-focused events and just the approach.
Ooh, that's a great question. I think with the more human-focused events or something that is more emergent, you just kind of naturally feel it. There's never friction. You don't feel alienated or in a mode of competition. I think in a traditional structure, at least for me, I've never really been in many traditional structures ever. So when I step into those, I can intuitively feel that this is not the place I'm supposed to be in. But if the mission is strong enough, I'll stick around. But so for me, being an empath, it's partially intuitive. I think Francesco probably has a very different approach because you come at it more through logic.
Yeah, I think one thing to say is that in the past years, I'll always try to push the developer ecosystem further, and I never actually concentrate myself on kind of like, I'm not saying selling or pitching, but socializing those developer activation around the company. Right, I think this is one lesson learned that I definitely want to do more, and also that's why these frameworks are exactly the way how to do that. Right, from the funneling to the pyramid, it's actually helping to speak the same language with everybody and socializing through different teams, because you will have different teams thinking about that your Deval team will provide different values. That's why also speaking about that, right? Like one suggested structure that when I'm seeing right now is this will also take out the community terms because it's extremely general and it's perceived as what does community does. You have user community, you have developer communities, everybody's perceiving community that. And with some framework like that, it's much easier to show value and standardize the language, right? When you're speaking about both metrics.
Yeah. And from the human side, looking at that community container and then being able to recognize like the different personalities, where the friction points might be, what is the sentiment. Always knowing what the pulse of the community is so that you can leave those spaces for those other more technical things to happen. It's both. It's the technical and it's the human side. They both kind of have to go together. So.
Yes, you need to show this safe space. If not, you will never be successful.
Yeah.
And I think we have 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Thank you so much, Eve Denver, and I see you next time.
Thanks
Thanks,
everybody.
Crystal.
Bye. Thank you, Francesco.
everybody. My name's Leah Callan Butler, and I'm going to moderate our session today with Nouns Esports. We're going to be discussing gaming DAOs as a new coordination layer. For those of you that haven't met me, my company's called Emphasis, but I also write a regular opinion column for CoinDesk and sit on the board of the Blockchain Game Alliance. Maybe you guys can just quickly introduce yourselves as well before we kick off.
Sure, I'll go first. Hi, my name is Peter Dager. I used to be a professional Dota 2 player for like 10 years, and now I'm helping build out Nouns Esports.
I'm Sasquatch. In another life, I was a StarCraft 2 player, and I'm the founder of Nouns Esports.
And I'm Pat Yu. I'm the head of strategy for Nouns Esports, and previously I was a professional gamer also.
Awesome, thanks. Very succinct, well done. So I thought we could kick off. For anyone here who isn't familiar with the traditional esports world, maybe you could give us a bit of a lay of the land. You know, what are some of the problems in traditional esports, and how did you find your way into the Web3 space? I'm guessing looking to solve some of those problems. So maybe, Peter, do you want to kick us off there?
Sure, so esports is a culture product that's formed around an appetite to figure out who's the best at a particular game. So you'll have, some of your best esport titles are from these games that have been around for decades at this point, and that audience is so passionate about it, they want to figure out who's the best, and an audience forms around that. Let's see, what are some of the problems? It's hard to monetize a digital product to build out an ecosystem around that culture. A lot of it is very publisher owned. If you compare it to professional sports, like nobody owns basketball or football, but somebody does own Dota or Counter-Strike, which makes it a very complicated relationship to interact and find an equitable middle ground with the publishers. I got into crypto in 2022 by discovering Nouns Esports, and I saw all these little different NFT collections and groups where you had these communities forming around their love for art, essentially. And I compared that to an esports team, and it felt very, very similar. And these esports teams have really struggled to create organic fans of their organizations. Many of the fans of esports, they really just follow the players. When a player goes from Team A to Team B, Team A loses 99% of those fans, whereas in an NFT collection, somebody might sell or leave the community, but the rest of the community doesn't follow. They're connected to the love of the art and the community, and I do think that esports teams need a little bit more of that. So I started figuring out how can we get these people to feel better connected to an organization, and I don't think that the Web2 esports teams have moved very far forward down that path.
Did you guys want to add anything to that in terms of problems with traditional esports?
I think one common theme that every team owner org knows is that the average spending for an esports fan compared to a traditional sports fan is significantly lower. So if you think about a traditional sports fan, they're buying tickets to the stadium, they're buying merchandise every year, they're buying lots of products around their favorite team, whereas esports teams, that level of spending is significantly lower. And that's always been a problem that's needed to be solved in esports.
I also think that one big thing to understand is that in 2015 we received a lot of institutional investment that caused us to spike to 10 to 12x valuations, the similar way to a software company. But we didn't have the revenues at the time to actually be at those software company valuations. My own background from coming into Web3 and learning about how to do esports better actually comes from the ETH Denver community. A little known fact is that most of the people who run ETH Denver actually come out of DreamHack, which was one of the largest digital festivals in the gaming industry. And so when you're at ETH Denver, you actually see a lot of the kind of benefits that we had during DreamHack's inception, all the way through it becoming the largest digital festival. And we try to keep that same ethos when we're at this event, and we're hoping to move that into the esports industry through Nouns Esports.
It does have DreamHack vibes here, actually, totally. We were actually just talking about that last night, especially in that room across the hall with the giant squids.
Yeah, exactly, very Burning Man-esque.
Yeah.
All right, so I think just before we dive a little bit further into the esports side, DAOs have certainly had their own challenges. Maybe you could explain a little bit about, what are the problems that you've seen with DAOs, and how is Nouns Esports actually looking to address or overcome some of those issues? Do you want to take that one, Pat? Or?
I've been in Nouns since the start, so I think I have a unique perspective on DAOs at this point. I do think like Nouns is kind of an outlier in the sense that every DAO is different. There's a lot of different bylaws. Some are based on ERC20s, some are based on NFTs, which is kind of like what Nouns primarily innovated. I think one problem with DAOs is people assume that everyone is contributing in a DAO because there's so many members, and members have that agency to be a member of governance. But ultimately, a lot of responsibility falls on the shoulders of only a few people, and it's kind of people who step up to the plate and maybe don't even have like a delegated responsibility, but they just see that something needs to be done. And yeah, there's always just that question of leadership, or if you're working with a partner, who does that partner reach out to in the DAO community, because there's not that figurehead. And so just kind of scaling a DAO and growing its core builder group has always just been an interesting dynamic that has difficulty playing out across different DAOs.
I think that I'll give 2 examples. I think I could talk all day about how DAOs could be better, but I think one of the ones that that's really interesting to think about is actually voter atrophy. You can do a lot of marketing and get a lot of early members into a DAO, but what happens is this concept of voter atrophy. When you don't support your DAO members or your contributors and they don't feel like their voices are being heard, a lot of times they actually feel like they don't want to be active in the DAO. And so when you look at governance tokens, you could have a large portion of people who aren't actually voting, who aren't actually contributing, but they actually are part of the total token supply. At the same time, we also have issues, maybe not so much at Nouns Esports specifically, but we do have an issue kind of widespread across all DAOs of high donor bias. When you add a financial aspect to DAOs, but you don't actually look at the solutions of how to include maybe non-financial contributors, you end up with the concept of high donor bias, where maybe 1 or 2 or 3 whales might control 60% of the vote, and so everybody else may be an active contributor, but it doesn't really matter in the end when voting occurs.
Yeah, and that actually starts to turn away people from the DAO, because they actually, if you're like a new prospect who maybe wants to join, but then you learn that the voting dichotomy really comes down to like 1 or 2 voting blocks, that's very disheartening, because you want to have impact with your vote. So I've definitely seen that play out across DAOs, where whales kind of just ultimately kill traction towards the DAO because that governance element is kind of stripped away.
Yeah, so can you just spell it out for me? What are some of those differences between, if you're an esports team managed by a community DAO versus an esports team managed by a corporate entity? I can imagine it must be worlds apart in terms of how they work, but could you lay out some of those differences?
Yeah, I think, when I started Nouns Esports, I had to go to the DAO and convince them that spending money on like playing or paying players to play video games was like a cool thing. And the biggest appeal, honestly, was that we could immediately have like in-game branding in some of the most popular games just by having really competitive teams. But there's just a big social coordination effort that needs to be undertaken to say, hey, we'd like to do an esports team at the DAO. This is why it makes sense. It endears people to the brand. We can bring more partners into the ecosystem. We create new fans of the DAO. But it is more social coordination, and ultimately, there's the leadership of the esports project, but then there's there's people in the DAO who are large voters, and you should always be having a dialogue with these people, kind of similar to like a sponsor. A traditional sponsor, I would say. Another big key difference, I'd say, is just the transparency element. So the DAO is on chain. Nothing's hidden on chain. You see the transactions. You can learn exactly how much people are paid if you want to go through Etherscan and figure it out. So ultimately, our player salaries are public. We're comfortable sharing all that information, but we leave it to the player discretion, just because that salary discussion or terms or whatever is always kind of like a sensitive thing. But yeah, we're just super pro transparency, because that comes from the culture instilled by the blockchain technology.
Yeah, and I would say esports has been very shrouded in that sense. There's a ton of investment capital being pumped into the space, and I don't think that fans have enough trust, a trusting relationship with the organizations, and I think that almost deters them from their willingness to spend. Like when you buy a jersey, you don't know how much of that is going towards supporting your favorite player versus how much is just, going to the C-suite. And the internet and esports is this new phenomenon where people are capable of having these incredibly close relationships with people online, and yeah, it's different than professional sports, which a lot of people try to compare it to.
So like all of our fundraising is done through on-chain proposals that get voted on, and that is just so fundamentally different from traditional esports where a sponsor might come in, but you have as a fan you have no idea what those terms are. Whereas with our proposals, we just publicly share them because they're being voted on a website anyway. Anyone can access them. So it's nice to be able to own it and say, hey, we're asking for $2 million for this next year to run these premier esports teams, and fans just appreciate that. It's a breath of fresh air to be able to actually get into the nitty gritty of what kind of support their favorite players or teams are getting.
And I think one of the areas that's really important to understand for Nouns Esports is that we're grant funded, right? When you go and look at some of the traditional esports organizations, they've given up chunks of their equity, which means that they have investors, they have boards of directors. We also have we have a board of directors pretty much, which is a multi-sig, people who actually get to choose on signing off on larger spends. But when you give up 20% of your company in a seed round, you give up another 20% in an A round, and you haven't really figured out that product market fit, you're really kind of shifting into KPIs that are more vanity metrics. In the last cycle for esports, we noticed that eyeballs were most important, total view count, total following count. Kind of what you see in the similar fact of what you see in GameFi today is that people really want to see transactions, they want to see total amounts of following on a Twitter account, and they want to see nothing that has to do with retention. And so I think what GameFi is happening right now is actually the same issue that esports did back in 2015, is that we've looked at the wrong KPIs. The cool thing about Nouns Esports is that because we're grant funded and we're supported for $2.1 million, we actually have a large enough budget to really play around with software development and looking at longer term mechanisms that actually help support not only the contributors in our organization, but also help with actually bringing in more contributors and helping scale with that through technology.
I just want to come back to something that you were just talking about, Gage, which was just around community governance. Because I feel like in Web3, we often celebrate this idea of community governance, but it's also sometimes incredibly difficult to do. It's not a walk in the park. So I was wondering, what are some of the challenges that you've had with trying to coordinate and engage such a big community?
Yeah, community governance is an interesting topic for sure, and ultimately, we're not at the stage yet where we're just letting the entire community vote on, what premier esports teams we're going to pick. We still have that kind of core leadership of people with expertise in esports, but we do want to just continue to integrate more and more elements of community governance. Probably the best example of that right now within Nouns Esports is the utilization of Prop House. And Prop House is essentially a way for people to apply for funding for a certain type of theme. And in the case of esports, we provide travel sponsorships to up-and-coming players. And so, we'll put up a travel sponsorship for a tournament. Any player can apply who plays that game, and then the community gets to vote on who ultimately wins that travel grant. And we really like this because, first of all, it's not us deciding every single decision in Nouns Esports. The community actually gets to say, hey, this is the player that our community should back. And when they go and do well, the community is just even more excited about it because ultimately they're the ones who chose that player and decided, hey, this is who's representing us. So when they get that podium placement finish or a high placement finish, it's really it's much more exciting than just like a traditional model of a team participating. And I think going forward, we just want to find ways to continue that relationship where the community is making more and more decisions. Maybe one day it gets to a full DAO element, but at the moment we still need to keep that balance of leveraging our expertise. Peter here, he's been playing Dota for over a decade. We have a Dota team. It's good to rely on people with that insider knowledge of how the industry works, and there's a balance there.
And I'll just add, because we were talking about fans, or I was talking earlier about fans only following certain players within certain games. A lot of people, they just have one game that they love and focus on, and it's hard to if your organization decides to leave that game and go elsewhere for a multitude of reasons, you might lose that fan forever. So when we're doing stuff like Prop House, where we're enabling people to participate almost in the management of an esports organization, we're attracting a different type of fan who likes that governance model. So as we go from game to game to game, yeah, there might be a game they like more than others, but they're sort of in love with the process of being a part of the organization, not necessarily just following their favorite players. And that's how we want to create lifetime fans of our organization, not just, and we want to play both sides, right? Like we want to have people who follow Nouns Esports because we signed their favorite player in their favorite game, but we also want to show them that, hey, you're obviously an esports fan. Have you ever thought about playing a more active role on an esports team? Hey, we're Nouns Esports. We enable that.
Yeah, and I want to give an example, kind of like going back to the ETH Denver community. When you come to ETH Denver, you're obviously here for the hackathon. You might want to build, you might want to look to get funded, but you also might get interested in public goods and you might want to do some social impact. You might want to do some art and actually enjoy some of the DJ music that we have, or do some offsites and actually host an event. In that same kind of concept of example, we have gamers in 2024 being much more multifaceted. 15 years ago, we were hardcore gamers and we were only interested in being the best. We cared about eyeballs and we cared about selling merchandise, but right now, when you look at Nouns Esports, not only are we gamers, we are in the Discord server every day actually doing community games, we're also building a business and providing opportunities for people who are interested in esports actually to jumpstart their career. At the same time, we also pull sponsorships, and we're also building technology. So if you're a software engineer and you want to build some technology with us, it's very simple to just hop into a contributor call. And so I think it's really an evolution of what the gamer profile is. We've gone from kind of what 10 years ago was the stereotype of basement-dwelling nerds into people who want to do social impact, people who might want to do software engineering, who want to build businesses on top of it. And it's been really interesting to actually see all those different types of people come into our community purely for their passion for games.
Yeah, I just got a follow-up question on that, because I thought it was so interesting how you were saying that you found this opportunity to uncover a completely different market segment that might not have had an interest in esports before, or at least it wasn't being fully leveraged. What does the community look like now? Because it sounds like it's incredibly expansive. You've got everything from fans and up-and-coming players to probably KOLs and content creators and software developers. Like, what does it look like, and what's your approach to community building in terms of further expanding that ecosystem?
Sure, Gage touched on it a little bit, but right now we're really focused on Prop House, and the best way for us to do this at the moment is through the fighting game community with individual player travel sponsorships. So we actually have a round that's voting right now and another round that's available for proposers. And you can also go to our website and apply to join a voter. And essentially, you submit your wallet address, you tell us a little bit about your background in esports, what games you love to play, and then we essentially whitelist and then airdrop an NFT to that user, which powers them to be a voter on Prop House. So right now, this year, in the past years, we've just been very focused on growing our awareness, mostly within Web2 audiences, getting up there and sharing space with the biggest teams in the world. But this year, we've got a little bit more focus on building our on-chain audience, helping people create their crypto wallets for the first time, and then giving them the tokens that allow them to interact within our community.
So you're really onboarding a lot of noobs as well to
Yes,
Web3.
we do lots of onboarding, and there's a couple cheat codes with like prize money and competing in events. Players, if you just tell them, oh, you got to create a wallet to participate in governance, that's not always super exciting for them. But if you tell them, hey, you've got 100 USDC waiting for you, just make your wallet and we'll send it to you, they generally figure it out.
That's one hell of an incentive. Yeah.
And then we can start giving them the tokens, and then hopefully they, people. I'll just say, like, before you own an NFT, you don't really understand how you can feel connected to like a JPEG or a digital piece of art. But then once you kind of go through it, experience, be a part of that community for a little bit, you sort of grow a little bit of a connection to that to that JPEG, and you're like, I don't really want to get rid of this thing.
It becomes really like sentimental. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think, in terms of onboarding, it's always felt very natural for me to leverage esports to onboard people into the Nouns community and, subsequently the greater Ethereum community, because ultimately the culture of Nouns has just been so endearing and positive. And when you look at like actually what Nouns funds, and there's just so many public goods or schools in Uganda, things like schools in Uganda renovating a skate park, naming a new species of toad by donating to scientists. Like there's just a lot of amazing things that you can't really be mad about when you think of like why people are traditionally mad about crypto coming from Web 2. It's usually the speculative element that really kind of upsets them. They're like, why would I buy some like weird dog token or some poo-poo coin or whatever? And we're not talking about any of that. We're talking about doing cool shit in esports, and we're talking about all the other cool stuff that Nouns does. And none of that is like profit seeking. It's just like, let's do good things and have positive impact in the world. And it's hard to argue with that and say like, oh, this is some terrible crypto thing. So it's kind of like a superpower to be affiliated with Nouns and to leverage that backbone while onboarding people.
Yeah, so just a follow-up question to that, because I think in our chats before this actual, on-stage discussion as well, I've heard from you guys a lot that making sure that you get that across, that this is a non-speculative venture, is really important to you. But at the same time, too, you've still got to make money somehow, and it's got to be a profitable venture. And obviously, I think traditional esports has really struggled to monetize, as you were saying earlier. So how do you balance that push-pull in terms of we're not speculative, but we're still going to make a buck at the end of the day?
Yeah, thankfully, within the last really year or so, the friction to get on chain has significantly diminished. So, in the past where you would have to go through a central exchange and have your hot wallet set up and transfer coins and then use those coins to issue transactions, now there's things like Privy, which you can literally sign in with email or Discord or Farcaster and be plugged into a crypto app, or just using Farcaster itself. There's so many ways to experience on-chain activities without leaving the app, and so yeah, essentially with the really diminished friction these days, it's been much easier to onboard people, and I think that trend continues. In terms of monetization, again, there's products in crypto that can be created that are non-speculative. Minting things that are like a time and placement, not like buy this because number might go up. That's pretty cool. I think people like those kind of mementos, and you can see like with the success of Zora and limited time, free mints, like people go on chain to collect these kind of special moments that are related to their favorite things. We can also create greater fan experiences with on-chain products. So for example, participating in Prop House being a member of governance compared to traditional esports teams, that's quite a privilege. No other team really offers that experience. So there's ways to, kind of create a financial model around getting involved in governance, getting a deeper enrichment in the community. There's traditional things we can pursue like partnerships, and there's plenty of crypto partners that we truly believe in and would want to work with, because again, they're doing good things in the space that aren't just strictly like number go up kind of speculation. And those are the people, or those are the types of brands we want to help bring new users towards. So I think there's a very strong path forward of uniting Web3 and esports.
I wanted to add a little bit of a different side of it. Esports has been primarily funded by publishers wanting to extend the longevity of their game. They feel like esports is a marketing tool that allows that. So when they release a game, they wanted to have an esports program to incentivize players to, see a future for themselves, and that can, turn a game's shelf life from a 1-month hit to a 5 or 10 year, long game. And then they can essentially, sell microtransactions of cosmetics within the game throughout its entire life cycle. And that model has, was very much ingrained into launching a game in 2014 to 2022, or even today. Some people are still doing it. I think what publishers realize that in these very, very popular games, that those microtransactions, cosmetics, are kind of selling themselves just to the player base, and esports may or may not be really pushing the bar that much forward. So a lot of publishers have really pulled back on esports, and it's kind of created some challenges for the industry. So we need to, and this is pretty much what the fans are willing to spend money on, is digital items within the game. So what digital items can we create that esports fans are willing to spend money on? This is where I think we need to get them on chain and get them to recognize or identify these tokens or NFTs as things that they care about, that they're, that they feel okay spending money on, because the publishers have kind of, they've pulled back quite a lot.
And I think that one of the most important things to think about when it comes to monetization of esports is that in the previous years, we've always looked at eyeballs, but we've never really looked at what is the spending power of an individual user. When you get users on chain, you're seeing their spending habits, you're figuring out what NFTs they hold. Are they whales? Are they low spenders? Are they on Arbitrum? Are they on Base? Are they actively using a wallet 2 times a week? This data is so useful for actually creating more specific profiles of of future customers, and that helps sponsors finally see where is that value from understanding the demographic profile of each esports team. I think that we're one of the first communities in esports that's actually taking data-centric community building very, very seriously, and the technology that we build on top of that is super important for it. I want to know if my users in Brazil have the money to be able to buy a $35 t-shirt, or if it's too expensive for them, maybe we drop it down to $25. It's so important to make sure that your future fans actually are able to afford the products that you sell, that your sponsors understand what demographics they're hitting, and through that type of data, we're actually able to attract a new range of sponsors that otherwise other teams haven't been able to tap into previously.
Just while we're on the topic of value, I wanted to touch on, you've got some amazing public goods initiatives that I saw that you've been doing. Would love for someone to mention the go-karts thing. I'm so in love with this thing. But on top of that, how do some of these initiatives actually deliver value back to the DAO, as opposed to like just being some kind of feel-good, fluffy thing that looks nice? Just interested to know how you think about that.
Okay, so I'm not as crypto native as these guys, but one of the things that I love about the DAO or Nouns DAO, or really any token in particular, that the ethos of the token is really determined by its holders, especially when governance is enabled. So if Nouns DAO likes to fund athletes, artists, technology, and nonprofit stuff like the charities and so forth, that's something that they'll continue to vote and spend their money on. And then people, as those props get approved, people then begin to understand this is what Nouns DAO is about. If I buy a noun, I'll get to join this community of other people who also like supporting nonprofit activations.
Real like value alignment in terms of what people want to feel a sense of belongingness with. Yeah. Can you explain the go-karts thing? Because it's so cool. I love it.
Yeah, so, just like Nouns, we do try to take a lot of the core values of the culture of Nouns and bring that to Nouns esports, and that means, creating a lot of art, doing a lot of like public good work, trying to make the space better. In particular, we're planning, we're trying to dabble, or not dabble, but we're trying to commit more to charitable efforts related to gaming, and there's a particular group called Gamers Outreach, which ultimately they make moving carts called go-karts, like Gamers Outreach carts, for children in hospitals, and the carts have like their favorite console in it and a built-in monitor, and they're spec'd out with like the right materials, so they're like hospital grade. And that just felt like a very aligned charity to work with ultimately. And so in the future, when we're running some events, we're going to have a charitable component and hopefully raise money to produce a bunch of go-karts. I think they're about 3,500 each, so I can almost imagine like a Twitch stream with like a ticker going up to 3,500, and every time it goes up to 3,500, it's like, oh, another go-kart, yay, and that, I think that's like a very motivating thing for like the esports community. Just in general, I think we'll always be trying to align ourselves with benefiting the space. Another example I love to give is Liquipedia, which is, if you don't know, it's kind of the default wiki for esports. And ultimately, that was a community resource provided by Team Liquid. And it's something that everyone uses. It's branded as Liquipedia, so Team Liquid does get that kind of cultural kickback, but it's just a pure public good for the space. And I think that Nouns can do a lot of similar things, especially in software, but also just on raising money for charity through events or initiatives from our players.
Did you want to add something to that, Pat?
Yeah, I'm one of the newest members of Nouns Esports, and I've been here for about 60 days, I would say now, as an active contributor. And so I think one of the coolest things for me is that I love gaming, but I'm also getting a little bit older, and I work actively in investments. But kind of through learning from Peter, learning through Gage, I was able to do a couple different projects myself, and I'm a multifaceted gamer, like I was saying earlier. We're building a Nouns shelter in China right now, which is giving us the first time access into talking with the Chinese government about on-chain communities. And in that specific project, we're doing mini shelters to help stray cats in Beijing, Shanghai, now in Changsha, and expanding over into Indonesia now. Also has helped us work with the Humane Society International, and that's something that only came out of the Nouns Esports community because they onboarded us in. At the same time, 2 weeks ago, we got into contact with the next Disney princess, Sarah Culbertson of Sierra Leone, who wanted to build water walls in Sierra Leone in the town of Pumpe. When engaging with her, we realized that the biggest problem isn't actually providing capital into building water walls, but it's actually what happens in the years after that to maintain those water walls. It doesn't matter as much as putting a water wall down as it is to put the $2,000 to $3,000 in every single year to maintain those water walls so that they continuously have water supply. And these are things that are storylines that we really get to build within Nouns Esports that we're helping not only bring larger people who have large media presences into the on-chain community, but then they also become attracted to Nouns Esports and gaming in general. In the future, everybody's going to be a gamer, whether you're playing on a mobile phone, you're playing on a computer, you're on your Vision Pro. I think that's one of the biggest beauties that we see in the Nouns Esports community.
Yeah, and you mentioned like what does kind of Nouns see from that? Well, of course, like if we're getting high placements on the podium, I think that does like inherently people will look into what Nouns is, and that kind of trickles back up to the DAO. We never tell our players like, hey, go tell your audience to buy a Nouns NFT. But at the end of the day, if somebody's a really hardcore fan of what one of our players is doing or what we're doing, they'll organically discover that themselves. And if they feel like a noun is right for them, maybe they'll join that broader DAO. But again, like we kind of take it like the Red Bull model, where we want to be at the place of doing really cool things and executing at a high level, but we're not at the end of the day asking our athletes or our community to go out there and tell people to buy these really expensive NFTs. Because most people can't afford it now, and that's probably going to be the case for the foreseeable future. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I loved too when I started looking into it, just the commitment to social impact and how much that's a real core part of the community culture and even the business strategy. I thought that was super interesting. But another thing that I found interesting, and this is, it's kind of stating the obvious, but I mean, you guys, all of your esports teams, you're all playing Web 2 games, and it's really focused on that kind of Web 3 governance and ownership. But most of the other Web 3 esports teams that I know, they're really kind of centering around Web 3 games. Some of them play Web 2 games as well, but they all play primarily Web 3 games. And the business model is very different because it's more about kind of acquiring assets or, earning Web 3 rewards. So I just thought maybe you could talk to that, like a little bit about the significance of being like a Web 2 esports focused group that is being managed in a Web 3 way.
I think we're all going to want to shoot a little bit of, fire some shots over into the gaming industry on this one. So I think all three of us have personal opinions. Everyone talks about GameFi, and I came in actually as a guild owner for a game called Axie Infinity, and I've kind of watched this space as not only an investor in the space, but also trying out almost every game in the space. And I have a hot take here, is that GameFi isn't actually GameFi right now, it's actually Fi Games. It's financial tokens that are masking themselves as games. And so my thing is that gamers like games. Like if the game is not fun, most gamers aren't going to care about the tokens, and we use marketing, we use speculation right now in GameFi to kind of showcase the profitability of what the token economy is. But instead, I think what we need to be doing is really thinking about retention. I say this over and over and over again, is that you can put $100 million into an industry, but if you get tens of users back 2 years from now, what have you actually done to make the gaming industry better? Instead, we should really be focusing on kind of inspiring a future generation of game developers who understand these new areas of the games development industry. Hyper-casual games that can convert using daily gamification mechanisms, and maybe let's do less about token raises of $20 tokens 4 years before a game comes out. I will say that the quality of games have gotten better during the bear market over the last 2 years, but 99% of games in GameFi, they suck. And that's the reality of what the gaming market is in Web3 right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty much aligned with that opinion. I think there hasn't been a AAA game in Web3 yet. Hopefully that's on the way. Some games do show some pretty great promise at the moment, but
Care to name drop?
I like Parallel. I think Illuvium has promise, but yeah, ultimately they're not there yet. And when I'm thinking about showing the Noggles, the Nouns brand, to as many people as possible, to as many viewers as possible, that's Dota, that's Counter-Strike, that's League of Legends, that's Valorant, that's Web2 games. And those audiences will show up in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of viewers, and that kind of exposure can't really be matched in Web3 gaming yet. I think I think if a AAA game takes off, it will be there, but I also agree with Pat's stance that it's 5 games at the moment, and if I've played plenty of Web3 games, and primarily I'm thinking about the token and what gets the most return of the token, and I'm treating it more like a way to make money than just having a casual, relaxing, fun game to play.
When airdrop.
And I'll add, our
airdrop.
product is, it's esports, and esports, I mentioned it before, but esports is a product of a very, very passionate community who has an interest in understanding who's the best, or in formal competition. So these games, they need to have tons of users to identify a small subset of those users who are actually interested in a very competitive version of it, and then that justifies an esports program. There's been so many people who have spent millions of dollars trying to launch their game with an esports program without really a demand for it, and it was just a huge mistake. So I think we're interested in Web3 games more so this year than ever, but when we participate in them, it's going to be in a very exploratory sense of, hey, maybe we're beta testing or seeing if this, having some of our players try out the games and see what they think, sort of a thing.
Well, I don't think that Axie Infinity is esports. I do want to go back into that because Axie Infinity and Sky Mavas were one of the market leaders in our last cycle. When Axie Infinity first came out, no one was really playing it, and then COVID happened. And then it became a mechanism for a lot of people who otherwise didn't have the capacity to make money to start becoming parts of guilds. And they were playing the game, they were farming tokens, and it became a storyline. That storyline brought in hundreds of thousands of users from across the world, and in a time
Millions.
Millions of users across the world, right? And these people were able to play a game when otherwise they didn't have a job, and they were able to make, they were actually able to make money and make a full-time living off of that. That resulted in documentaries, that resulted in community gaming, and also kind of spurred that first generation of gaming projects in Web3. Every single game really needs to think about that as what is the storyline? What are the reasons why your players should be involved in your community other than making money? And I think that's the most important thing in this cycle is let's create a community of people who genuinely care about the publisher in the same way where whenever Blizzard releases a game or whenever Riot releases a game, I've been with them for 10 years and I'm willing to try their game and I want to support them because they really do care about making sure that the community is happy and that the games are actually fun.
They're giving me the buzz thing that we've only got 2 minutes to go, which is really disappointing because I feel like we could talk for hours on this. But last final question. I know that Nouns Esports is focused a lot on community ownership and governance at the moment. Is there any other kind of Web3 utility that you think that you might bring in the future? Anything on the roadmap?
I mean, I think one thing, it's kind of simple, but I think digital signatures are already quite popular in games like Counter-Strike. People could actually, Valve inherently has a centralized blockchain called Steam, and they sell their own NFTs, which are, CS cosmetics and stickers and stuff. And there are autograph signatures that you can buy from your favorite players. If you think about things like NFC chips and IYK, which is a company that's doing a lot of NFC integration. You could have player jerseys where people can collect the digital signature from the NFC chip, and actually the players might appreciate that because they hate signing 1,000 things. This is the 100th thing you've signed the day your hand starts to hurt or whatever. So yeah, I think there's just connecting the physical world with blockchain integrations. I think there's a lot of promise there.
I know we're almost out of time, so I'll just be really quickly. I think that with Nouns Esports, we're going to showcase some of the technologies that people outside of the industry don't even know about. Attestation services, ZK. There's a lot of really cool technology being built, and we're hoping to be like some of the first people who actually get to showcase that in a consumer-ready interface.
We want to track and understand like who's a valuable member of our community. So lots of like proof of attendance and yeah,
Love
like,
a POAP.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, should you show up to one of our events, we want to be able to give you a token that memorializes that forever. And, you know, maybe we have a cool offer for you in the future. We'll be able to figure out, you know, who you are.
This has been absolutely amazing. Thank you guys. Really fantastic discussion. And I'm so looking forward to seeing where you go because it really is such an innovative model that is quite unlike anything else in the space at the moment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello? Can this be louder? Is good? Okay, cool. Good morning. My name is Sai. I am the director of the University of Ethereum. We are a nonprofit organization focused on building regenerative pipelines in Web3 and calling it the fundamental layer. Today, we're going to talk about how to raise the benchmark of digital literacy with open source education. So, how many of you guys have heard of something like a learn to earn type of program? Raise your hand. Now, okay. Do you guys believe that's a good approach towards education? Yes? Okay. How many of you believe is not a good approach? Cool, cool. Well, today we're going to try to offer an alternative. So, the internet has been around for about 30 years, and in 2024, it's a norm for smartphones to be a necessity. And it's a standard to have the latest one. Parallels can be drawn between staying connected and staying alive. The internet is probably only second to air. What would we do without it? Well, if it's so important, why is the general benchmark of digital literacy so low? Why isn't there any standardized internet education curriculums in schools, in workplaces, in institutions of any scale? We get new hardware upgrades regularly. New phones, new computers, tablets, VR goggles. The gap between technical innovation and digital literacy will only grow wider and wider. General consumers' benchmark of fundamental knowledge just simply cannot keep up with the rate of technical growth. Having poor digital literacy is like driving without a seatbelt. You can get away with it, but until you get into some trouble. It makes you vulnerable, and it puts you at risk at a lot of liabilities. So at the University of Ethereum, we started this initiative not because we're professional educators, nor are we experts on the Ethereum protocol. We are problem solvers and resource aggregators, believing and carrying the ethos and values of open source mentality. We believe that education should not be a privilege. It's anyone's right. So it's one of our goals at the university to make blockchain education as intuitive and accessible as possible to all corners of the world. To build a proof of concept based on how blockchain can be fundamentally introduced and then use the same method to raise digital literacy in general. Our approach. Our education philosophy is fairly simple. Introduce bite-sized content through localized analogies and making the learning process as fun as possible. There are roughly 170 core concepts to the Ethereum blockchain. And we turned each concept into analogy-based stories so all age groups can relate and can understand. However, different cultures from different parts of the world have different scopes of what relevant content is. Analogies won't work if people can't relate. So part of the University of Ethereum efforts is to build a global community to help contribute to localized content. Currently, we're in over 120 different countries and 6 continents. Now that bite-sized content, now that we had bite-sized content, we built a piece of AI technology that helps validate your comprehension. It's based on the Feynman technique. If you guys know Richard Feynman, he said, if you can't explain something in simple terms, you don't understand it. So instead of learn and earn programs where you just click, 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 multiple choice questions, and which is more about how fast you can click, we offer open-ended questions. After you go through each bite-sized content, you have to summarize what you have learned, and the AI validates whether you learned the information well enough or not. If not, it also can offer suggestions to better your answer. This is the free blockchain tool that we have built, and we're continuously trying to make it better. We have 5 different language packs at the moment, and we are working on audio playback. So join our community, and let's help raise the benchmark of digital literacy together, starting from blockchain. In conjunction to using AI to problem solve, I would like to introduce my friend and colleague, Calvin, to shine some light on reality.
So we are doing a reality check today. Reality does not exist anymore. The information age is over. Let the disinformation age begin. Those are the headlines after Sora, another text-to-video AI, was announced. Sora is awesome, scary, and one step closer to killing reality. In a world filled with generated content, how do we separate the real from the unreal? When technology can create anything, how do we safeguard the truth? In an era where seeing is no longer believing, how do we trust what we see? These questions may puzzle a lot of people. The answer, however, should be obvious for the builders, like many of you here today. Blockchain as an infrastructure is designed to provide immutable records, a way to show indisputable proof of authenticity. So what do I mean by that? Consider an article published by the New York Times. Instead of saving the content to their private servers, it is saved to a decentralized storage, such as Arweave. The New York Times editor signed the content to prove its authenticity. Then all interviewees signed the content to authenticate their participation. Only signed content now will be considered as authentic, no matter how often it's syndicated or forwarded. The source of truth remains intact. To fortify the chain of trust, other tools may also be needed. A registry proving the authenticity of entities so that we know the New York Times is the New York Times that we know. Also, zero-knowledge proofs can be used to preserve the privacy of the signers. Moreover, blockchain, when combined with AI, promises to unlock true data sovereignty. Yet, that's a topic for another day. Confronted with the perils of disinformation through generated content, the need for an authentication protocol is immediate. The technology is already available in the Web3 space, but it is a call to action for us as a community to adopt and advocate for using blockchain as the foundation of digital truth. By building this protocol, we protect not just our reality, but the truth. While many today perceives Web3 as a domain of price speculation, Web3 builders, have already built tools to safeguard reality. In a world where the line between real and fake increasingly blurs, Web3 stands as a testament to the truth, an unexpected tool for due diligence, protecting the integrity of what we see, what we read, and what we share. Thank you.
Hello, welcome everybody to Eat Denver. It's wonderful Saturday morning, and I'm very excited to moderate this panel on Web3 communities. My name is Annette. I work as developer relations at Last Protocol, and I'm very excited to moderate the panel for you. Let's start with introductions of the speakers. So you guys introduce yourself, and then let's start with the questions.
Hello, everyone. Weile Yu here. I'm leading ecosystem and growth at Story Protocol. I've been, I guess, in Web3 since 2017, mostly focused on ecosystem bootstrapping and growth. Before Story, I spent a few years at Dapper Labs, where I led the launch and ecosystem growth of Story Flow blockchain, and help a few hundred ecosystem partners launch, strategize, and also work with a lot of mainstream IPs along the way. And that's also where I met Benny.
Yeah, me and Weile go way back. So I was part of the team that launched CryptoKitties in 2017 at ETH Waterloo, and then formed Dapper Labs. And then I continued to work on Cheese Wizards and Dapper Wallet and NBA Top Shots. And along the way, that's where I met Weile. Weile joined Dapper Labs, and we became friends, and we talked a lot about communities and what it meant to grow them. So yeah, right now I have my own company. It's called Future Primitive. We're building on the ERC 6551 standard token-bound accounts, where we give every NFT their own wallet/account. And so yeah, that's what we're working on right now.
Awesome. Let's start with the first question. I'm wondering, what is Web3 community for you, and how do you start building your Web3 community? Can you just touch up on the primitives of Web3 communities, and like how do you guys building your communities? Or
yeah, I can take a first stab at it. The community is like a very broad and everything encompassing term now in Web3. Like every project says that they want to bootstrap a community. Every project says they want to grow a thriving community. But at the end of the day, like it's important to define what community is, so that you can actually target the right users, right, and grow in the right way. Funny enough, back in 2017 with the ICO boom, community was any token holder. Anyone who was willing to buy into a vision or hold your token, and you'll do anything to please them, right? And then we had like a long winter, like 2018 to 2020, and then community became anyone who believe in your project deep enough to hold the 90% down, right, valuation of the token, and the few builders that remain there to actually build on top of your protocol project. So, but along the way, like community also meant a cultural community, right? NFT holders or the PIP with CryptoKitties, right, leading the way, but also like NBA, right, fans. Of the fandom, and then with Bored Apes, you had a whole new meaning of community. So I feel like it's very important for every project to understand what truly community means to them, and definitely overweight that above anything else, right? Because there's so much noise nowadays, right? Especially with the new wave of token farmers and airdrops. It's very hard to get through that noise, and for Story Protocol, right? Like we being a protocol layer, and more specifically, we are the programmable IP layer. Our community is going to be the builders, and application builders, founders, protocol builders who can actually integrate on top of us, and then a layer, above that is the creators and the users. So that's how we define our community and how we prioritize everything, right? What do we do?
Yeah, I think Weile did a great job in mapping out like the different changes. The way I think about it is like, is there a difference between marketing and community? Where marketing, you use similar instruments like a newsletter, you have a website, you might have, maybe you run some ads and stuff like that. That's, in the Web 2 era, there was less companies that were like, had communities, right? You would hire the head of marketing and they would initiate the activities to grow the users. Or community in the Web 2 context could be like you have a newsletter that you
write every single week, and people subscribe, or they pay you, or they donate, and that would be kind of classified as marketing, right? And so the biggest differentiation, I think, between marketing in the Web 2 era to like what we now call community is it still includes all the marketing things, all the whole marketing tools and instruments, etc., the methods. But now you have the arduous task of dealing with other people in the community that have shared ownership. And there's also a focus on transacting, right? While if you were a subscriber of a newsletter, you do it once and you just keep receiving newsletter. But now you're part of a blockchain, you're part of a protocol. It's not only enough to just buy the tokens, you need to transact, you need to engage. Fully on chain, and so community now has evolved into this broadband area of marketing plus, and it has a lot of different intricacies depending on whether you're a protocol or a consumer crypto product or you're a DevRel community, and etc.
How do you go about marketing for the community? What's your favorite way how to approach community via marketing?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about this. I feel like the best communities feel like an awesome group chat with your best friends, where it's not too big, it's not too small, but the conversations are, they can be slightly technical, but you can learn something, right? And you might meet your new best friend or your new friend in this community, even though maybe the topic is about ETH or something like that. So I always kind of start building communities through creating a group chat, right? So typically I use Telegram, or you could use other things. I have a whole different area around Discord, which we could probably talk about, of the history of it and how it became the thing. And then now I think a lot of people have Discord fatigue. So I think what has worked over the last 7 years since NFTs were introduced and since creating the CryptoKitties community is group chat. And that's still the method that I still pursue today.
Well, it's hard to add anything more valuable than what Ben just said. Being one of OG just OG in terms of NFT space, right? Launching CryptoKitties, by understanding the evolution behind it. I totally agree. It used to be community was more like a distribution channel for a lot of Web2. So very marketing focused, and you might hear their voice for feedback. There was no way two-way communication, right? That was deep enough to influence the product in a meaningful way. But in Web3, starting with CryptoKitties, but NBA Top Shot, Bored Apes, Azuki, Pudgy, we're seeing how the community now is at the center of the product strategy. And more than just pure marketing distribution, they are your evangelists, right? That help you market your product. So there's this shift of what community means and what type of focus, right? Now, community is not just a marketing department, it's the funding team, right? The product team focus. And it all started with a simple notion of how can we combine, what we love about crypto ownership to what we love about people, which is a relationship and connection, right? And I feel like Benny was there, the forefront of it, right, with CryptoKitties, and that literally unleashed an entire new notion of community building.
I'm wondering, what are your favorite Web3 tools to manage communities? Do you guys have any? Are there any Web3 tools to manage communities?
Good question. I tried to use many over the years. Because
what's your favorite one?
I would say I started with Telegram because back in the old day ICO, that was the OG channel, but that was impossible to manage. Anyone that tells you manage your community via Telegram is impossible feat. You can have small groups, but if you have more than 1,000 community, right, it's very hard to have a truly deeper conversation. Discord was the good transition to it. You could have a separate channel, common themes, topic, or even threads later on. So that was, I think, where culture can be harnessed from the community, and that's why a lot of NFT use that as the go-to place. There was another tool that came out later called Orbit that I kind of really liked because they pioneered kind of the Orbit love kind of tiers, right? Like to measure and quantify, like, you know, how do you measure like one community contributor from another one? And then we'll pass through Discord, Twitter, GitHub contribution, try to tie all that together. So I feel like that was one of the first tools to allow more like a comprehensive overview of, you know. And I know like there are a few applications that came out after Orbit that does a similar way, but with like a much more like, you know, targeted niche area, right? Whether it was for developers alone, for like, you know, the broader token holder community and stuff. But to be honest, going back, like, you want to always like simplify community management instead of segment it through like multiple channels. So now my preference is like Twitter and Discord, like almost like simplify, right? Like, but then I feel like we need to have management tools on top of it, but without forcing the community to take extra steps. It's more like on the back end management. So that's I guess how I see it.
So you want me to tell you a startup idea that's going to become huge, so someone should actually build it? So there's a TED Talk that talks about designing town squares. Like if you've been to any kind of town square, there's benches, there's like a common area where maybe everyone's hanging out. There's like you know, areas around the trees that you can throw a little picnic cloth. And you know, I think urban design has, like, humans at the end of the day, we interact with each other, and there's already so many things that have been built around us that we can actually draw influence from. So there is a TED Talk that talks about urban design and how like Twitter is like a town square where everyone's just shouting down with a megaphone and everyone's just standing there listening to it and shouting back, and that's how Twitter is designed. And a group chat is like you're in a picnic and you got 5 people and you're talking to each other. So the multi-billion-dollar startup idea is a community app that scales up and down based on the engagement or based on certain controls of the manager, right? It could start off as a group chat between 5 friends and then kind of grow up into like a bigger group chat that can have broadcast channels. And then if the community continues to engage, it evolves into channels and like something like Discord that have different topics that you could go into. Maybe it has a form output. And then the thing is, the number one mistake is Discord at a certain point, it's really useful when you have consistent demand and consistent engagement. When that falls off, Discord feels like the town square is fully empty. Like during the pandemic, when you look in Paris, like the main plaza, and it's like empty, it looks really eerie and creepy, right? So we should shrink the space down and then kind of increase the ability to interact with somebody. So an application that could go up in terms of like complexity, but also simplify whenever the community wants to kind of just shrink it down, right? So yeah, that's kind of how I think about tools. And currently there is no tool. I've been in the search for a very, very long time. CryptoKitties started off as a Telegram group. I still, as I have the admin control of the CryptoKitties Telegram group. It's at CryptoKitties. We started there, and then we migrated to Reddit, and we were like, oh, maybe Reddit would be good because people can upvote, etc. And that wasn't really good, and then we moved to Discord. People would be surprised, but Discord as the central tool for communities was not a thing until CryptoKitties, until we decided that it was the place to be. People were using Rocket Chat. People were using Slack.
I use Rocket Chat too.
You use Rocket Chat, yeah. Like they were using all these other tools and Telegram. And CryptoKitties, as an NFT project, we had the most amount of users, and we're like, all right, we're going to go to Discord. And then Axie did that, and then everybody else did it, and now it became the standard. But I always say, question the standard. It doesn't, just because a tool worked at one point doesn't mean it will work forever. And so I'm still in search of that perfect solution.
If I can add a little bit, yes, please build it. Both Benny and I will invest. And I think there was also like some experimentation on CryptoVoxel and on Cyber, right, by Punk6529. And actually, I'll be very curious to see how that evolves. The biggest limitation there, which I love, like metaverse and like, you know, kind of bridging the gap, is like it misses like the scaling capability, right? Like you can do like small meetups at you know, on CryptoVoxel, but once it grows like 100 or 1,000 people, it's very hard to have both like the kind of megaphone property, but also like deeper conversation, right, with each other. So yeah, please build it. We will love it.
I'm wondering what's your favorite tool to manage Discord? As you mentioned that you pretty much live on Discord as well, and Twitter. What's your favorite tool or bot to use, and like how do you go about like managing different like channels in Discord, and how do you go about the channel fatigue?
Yeah, I pretty much tuned out of Discord now. But at the time, we built a few bots ourselves. There's like some token gating bots and like raffle bots and stuff like that. There's a ton of bots that you could plug in and use, like Collabland and all of that. So I think latest we switched to Guild for this one of the projects called Stapleverse. But I would I've been telling the person who runs the community for Stapleverse of like, hey, we should just close the Discord. Let's just go back to like Telegram, and just because there's just not that many people. Like throughout the day, there's maybe like 50 messages or something in the general chat. Every other channels are dead, and I'm like, well, either close all the channels or just close the Discord for now, temporarily, move it back to Telegram, and keep it tight and keep the flow going, and then scale back up when you need it. And again, it's kind of cumbersome to switch from all these tools. There should just be one that can actually go up and go down, right?
Yeah, I feel like that is probably one of the wisdom that many few understand in community building, right? Like, feel comfortable to downsize your community tools, channels, right? Like, you might have like a hype launch that requires like 50 channels because 10 language channels, meme, Twitter, Quest channels, etc. But once you reach like a maturity or even like a kind of a down growth level, right? Like in terms of like a shrinkage of your community, because there are 10 other hype projects that are like racing behind, it's okay to shrink, to close channels, right? It's not a sign of your project dying or like getting less hype, but it's more concentrating the quality of conversation. So I totally agree with Benny. Like, if your project is reaching a maturity or even like a stalling, like for a certain period, get like 2 or 3 channels. Get a very concentrated conversation going. Make it very easy for any new member coming in, knowing exactly where should they go to get the latest, instead of having to browse a 50 channel. Because for people who have been in the space long enough, right, like me and Benny, we have like 100 servers or 1,000, right? Like, why every project is special in its own reason. Like, people have a limited amount of time, and probably only if you're like a core team members or founder, you browse every channel on your server. Like, that's one lesson learned, right? If you have more than 10 channels, expect people to just glance at it. And it's okay. If you're like super hyped project, you can keep going, but don't feel afraid of shrinking down. Like, that's actually will lead to much better conversion and engagement, overall.
Yeah, one thing I want to add too is this last phase. I think the last 2-3 years of there was a boom period. A lot of projects depended on, they just kind of put all their eggs in one basket of like, all right, we're going to Discord and Twitter, and they didn't capture emails, or they didn't capture phone numbers, or wallet addresses. And then when the down period came, the Discord started to die. They were like, well, how do I let people know about some of the new things we're launching? Well, you're kind of stuck, right? You could send out a tweet, but not everyone will read it. You could send an announcement in Discord, but everyone's kind of phased out. So now you lost a critical recontact channel. That's where the marketing comes in. So, contrary to certain beliefs, like there's the decentralized perspective of like, hey, we never want to know or have any info about you, but like it's hard to really receive updates. You guys all signed up for ETH Denver. You guys flew here, or you're watching on the stream and considering it. Well, it's because you saw an email that told you that ETH Denver 2024 is happening. It told you the date, told you all the amazing things that are happening. Email and phone numbers and wallet addresses are still critical, and they're part of the community stack. If you miss one of them, you're actually shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, to that point, like marketing has been hyper-optimized for the past 30 years, right? Like, teams spend like billions on how to drive higher conversion, more engagement. So my suggestion to any marketer, community managers, like, don't reinvent the wheel, right? Take whatever is working in Web 2 already, but extend it with Web3 capabilities. Don't cut off all the Web3 tried and true strategies that works for some reason because we are still in the mid space, right? Whether we like it or not. But add what Web3 can augment: community, co-ownership, right? Culture, mimetic culture, right? Whatever you want. But just don't forget there's a whole industry that optimize, for conversion, retention, and user engagement. So don't shy away from just because of Web3 methodology.
What do you guys think about using NFTs to grow your communities? NFT airdrops, pointing out more to pops. What do you guys think about giving away pops for people attending community calls, and how do you see that as engagement? Do you guys see that as community is much more engaged when you give away pop for a community call, or do you guys how do you guys perceive that? And I would like you to touch up on also if you guys what do you guys think about pops for whether that's for conferences, whether that's for community calls, whether that's even for scavenger hunts that we all have around the venues as well.
I mean, Annette, you have all the wristbands on from maybe previous events or maybe just this week, because there's plenty, right? And I think that's people collect things all the time, things that may not have any value, like old coins and postage stamps and stuff. So I think an NFT to me is a native internet object, right? It's an object that is purely digital. It's made up of zeros and ones. It's verified to be on the blockchain, and it doesn't hurt to receive it, especially if it's free. Now, I think the larger thing is our free NFTs. Free NFTs drive better retention or engagement versus ones that you pay for. That's a different area, right? But I think if you were a project building something, you should actually have a strategy for both, right? Something that's free, that's consistent. You show up here, you do this, you walk over here, you drink a water, you do a little dance, you get something for it, right? People like getting that, and the way I see it is it's a data point that's on chain that computes reputation. It computes engagement, and you can query the blockchain and be like, oh, Annette, looks like you showed up for the last 5 calls. Looks like you walked around the whole stadium and tapped all the POAPs. That's cool. We know Annette's more engaged than Waylay because Waylay didn't want to walk around and tap the POAPs. So we're gonna give Annette a free T-shirt, and Waylay, sorry, you don't get a T-shirt. So that's how I would think about free POAPs. But the paid POAPs would be more of the premium offer, right? Where it could go all the way up to $250,000 for a Bored Ape, all the way to $100, and you can kind of play with these different pricing tiers. And of course, if you spend $250,000 on an NFT, I assume you're going to be extremely engaged because your money, you gave them money, right? So I think you should have both of those strategies for sure.
Yeah, totally agree. And I would say I heard a great wisdom from some serial entrepreneurs, but also marketing experts, that human nature doesn't change, right? If you look at the past 1,000 years of history, a lot of mistakes, but also grandiose inventions, they all relied on human nature for recognition, reputation, greed, right? But also the eagerness to collect and the eagerness to signal, right, within a community, your standing, your passion, your status. So the things what is a POAP or NFT to reward participation, or a Bored Ape instead of a Rolex, to signal your a part of a niche community. That plays back to human nature. And my usual suggestion is any incentive that you want to build to improve engagement, retention, or participation, just go back to the human nature of why that matters and how that motivates people. And Web3 is a great way to lower the friction to it, because if you wanted to do like in a physical way, it's very complicated. So that's why Web3 actually is very good for certain community engagement. But the real goal behind it is still like the human drive for something, right? Like, and I feel like people often forget like why you're giving out those and who you're giving out to, and the motivation behind it. So if you can keep that one in mind, every tool will be powerful, for the goal that you're trying to achieve. So yeah, that's my take. But Annette, actually, I would love to ask you a question if you don't mind. Like, you have been working right in the space for a while, and you deal with a lot of developers, in your role. So I'm just curious, like, what is your take about, the developer community, and what they care and how do you engage them, right? Like, because that's one of the thorniest question, right, like, in the space. Like,
honestly, I would say the best way how to engage with the community is memes. Just like make a meme or like create a meme that is specific to your community or like to your project, or like find like a component in your project, which ideally if it's like a emoji, and then like try to build from that emoji meme, and then like just like share it with the community, and then engage on Discord, Telegram, Twitter, and that's like the way how I would say is the best way to go about it. But when it comes to more of like a builders community, then actually Austin has a build guild, and that's the best way how to engage with the builders, I guess. Or find yourself like a builders communities and try to build like a challenges for them, or build like a bounties. Or even like great way is to add a good first issue in your GitHub, and then make a marketing campaign or like a community growth campaign around the good first issue, where you encourage your community or like your builders to interact with your protocol, and then attach sort of like a value. You can even do bounties out of that. You can even do hackathons for engaging with builders.
I have a question for the two of you. We're gonna reverse track now. Whaley started this trend, so I'm gonna continue it. What do the two of you guys think about? What are the things that you shouldn't do with the community? Like things that you've seen that are like, yeah, this doesn't work, or this kind of creates the wrong incentives. Like, what are things that you shouldn't do?
I would say wrong way of designing airdrops. I think we've seen a lot of airdrop hunters, and they're like everywhere, especially as like the bull run came, and they're like everywhere. But the worst way is to just like give people something for free just because, just because I can. Because what will happen next is they will sell your airdrop, and that's for them a free money. I feel like the way how to go about it is try to find a way how to get the user retention and try to like engage the users as much with your community as well, or like with your protocol, but don't try to go too much above your way and like create too much loops, creates too much user friction, and you don't want to do that, because you want to like have engaged community, but you don't want to make them like run the marathon for you. So you need to like, whenever you are designing, whether that's airdrop or any sort of developer experience, you need to be very careful about it to make sure that there are not too many hoops that they have to overcome, because every single hoop creates more user friction, whether that's from developer perspective or general community.
I think we could compile a list, you and me and Benny, on a lot of things that will make you scratch your head in the past cycles, right? Like, of course, first of all, don't lie to your community, right? Like, there is a fine line between overpromise and the deliver. There's the fine line about lying directly to your community on things you know obviously is not true. And that matters if you care about the community, right? Because the crypto circle is very small, especially for communities that truly care and want to help projects, right? Whether it's like as a holder, as a evangelist, as a builder, etc. Like once you burn the trust, it's very hard to gain back. And by lying can be like a variation of it, right? Like you overpromise, like a strong reward mechanism, and then you literally cut back. Like I've seen like many trying to do like a pre-launch drop, airdrop, right? And they gave out like very generous percentage, and then they realized that drop was so successful that oops, they felt like they have given out too much value. And then before they unlock, they literally just cut the allocation to half, right? And you're like, okay, how do you want the community to trust on anything else that you want to promise in the future, right? So that's one thing that should be obvious, but I've seen like repeated multiple times. Like maybe we'll see many of that backlash in the point system, where you promise a lot of value behind points, and that happens so that you say, oh, you know what? Points are not redeemable for the supposed token that you have been hoping to farm. The other part is like, don't make it too complex. I was like a victim myself, like trying to over-engineer like social engagement via incentive model. Like, oh yeah, let's hype our Twitter account for 1 month straight, right? Like you do like Gleam.io campaigns, you do like a lot of retweet contests, all those things. Because if the community gets used to the knowledge or concept that your momentum is over-engineered and they're the one behind it, it's very hard to show like organic traction and proof points, right? Social proof points afterwards. It takes a while for them to regain the trust that, hey, this is not another campaign you ran some corner of the world. There's like artificial momentum instead of organic traction, just because they help you do it for like 2 months straight, right? Like, so there's some of those psychological things that is easy to use in the early stage that actually bites back later. And we opened up our Discord, and it's like there was a lot of social farming and like role farming, and was very nice and rewarding to see. But at the same time, I tried to warn the teams like, hey, let them have this fun for a few days, memes and like sharing like a tweet quotes or like retweeting ours, but let's lower the expectation of what that means, because we'll come back biting us later. So those I think are the things I noticed myself. But what about you, Benny? Like you have managed some of the biggest NFT communities and like like launch strategies. You invest in a bunch of them. So what is some of the biggest mistake?
Well, I'll say Wei pretty much answered everything there, but I have a controversial question for the two of you.
Okay,
that kind of relates to it. Okay, so should a community be made out of humans or bots? Because we're moving to a future of autonomous agents, on-chain agents. There's all these platforms now, like Galaxy, and there's Rabbit Hole that's become Boost, and what do they call these platforms? Engagement or whatever? I don't know. Like
Engagement, like
on-chaining.
Quest.
Yeah, so there's all these platforms, and I'm pretty sure most of them are not humans sitting there doing a swap, clicking the button, right? So in the future, do you think it's okay that communities can be made up entirely full of, I guess, I call them NPCs, versus humans? What do you think?
That was actually supposed to be my question as well. I wanted to ask you like what they think about like buying users on Twitter and like inflating numbers, because I've heard that there's like a lot of group chats where you can just like ask people to follow certain accounts and you will give them some part of liquidity of your project itself. But regarding your question, I think the future where we are heading is you will have like a smaller group chats of people who are just friends and have like the core community itself that is very engaged, and then have some sort of another layer of it, which will be just like a bots, and it will be maybe like a engagement, but still like bots, or people who will look real but won't be real, just to like keep the wheel going. As you can see, the Twitter became kind of like next level rabbit hole, where if you don't listen to the algorithm, they will go against you, and then you will lose engagement. And then if you have like, if you want to share something really cool, you will not get engagement because you sort of like fell off the loop, and the algorithm is pretty much going against you. So I feel like that's the future where we are heading, pretty much like core communities and like a bigger communities form around that, which will sort of like look good for the wider community or like for the public, but then like have a core community as well, which will be purely engaged, very close to the team. And I mean, I think that's actually where the ambassadors programs came in handy as well, where ambassador is pretty much just sort of like a community of people that are very close, built and tied to the team itself and engage, and they're sort of like trying to communicate the visions of the core team itself to the wider community and educate them. So then the ambassador program is essentially like a middle layer between the bots or like the wider and not probably fully organic built community and the core community or like the core team itself. So I feel like the ambassador program is probably like the best middle layer between the bots and, or like the general community, I would say.
Interesting question. We for Story Protocol, we are tackling what we call a programmable IP, right space. And by programmable, we mean like allowing anyone, both a human and machine, to be able to parse the rules and the conditions around any type of content usage, right? Whether it's like non-commercial, commercial, license, remixing, derivative, etc. And the reason why we want to index on the both machine readable side, right, is because you want to make the IP programmable for software, right? Any application layer built on top of it to easily remix in an authorized way, but also for the eventual AI agents. So that they can understand every time they parse index the content, whether they are authorized to use in the training and what are the conditions attached to it. So then they can filter the content that match their conditions and also reward the creators appropriately or give attribution, right? Whatever the conditions is. So within that context, that's how we envision bots or AI agents interacting with creators. So you can see a creator creating content that may be more popular among the AI agents because it gives like a certain attributes, right, to the training fine-tuning model. And the question is like, is that their community versus like a human remixing or sharing on social network? And my true sense is as long as the bots follow the desire or the terms of a creator, or of a project in our sense, right? Because if we want someone to build a very interesting application, it happens so like an AI agent can build the application via auto-generated code, right? Who are we to say that's better or worse than a human doing it? If the smart contract is open source, verifiable, right, and audited, which could be like, they could actually pay in cryptocurrency, Sherlock Holmes or like some other like community auditing, to literally audit the smart contract without revealing like an AI-generated contract, right? So I would say we have this interesting paradigm where if there are rules around like every action that is machine readable, interpretable, I'm okay if some of the community is bot versus human because that will contribute to the value accrual and improvement, right? Because if an AI makes a model that generates a steady income revenue for a creator, then I don't think the creator will complain, right? Like that is not human versus human. So that's how I interpret it.
And I would think like, who gets to be a citizen of the internet, right? As humans, we're born in a country, and maybe we move around and we have a passport or some sort of birth certificate that is issued out by the government that is running the country that you're from. But the internet is an interconnected web of cables that connect the world. And the biggest question is just like, who gets to live there, right? I think that, right, for Web 2, prior to crypto or blockchain, I think the answer is, yeah, we want to connect all the humans around the world. It's like the telephone network. Like a human should pick up a phone on the other side when you dial a number, right? But now we're entering into an era where internet objects, internet on-chain agents, digital currencies are all native to the internet, and all of those. And then there's also governance structures that are also, in the forms of DAOs. So almost all the infrastructure for fully like sentient like AI or on-chain agents can essentially be a citizen of the internet along with humans, right? And maybe even beyond. So I think it just kind of brings in that question of like, when you create a community, is it for both sides or one side? If you want it just for humans, are you gonna do KYC with your passport just to get into a Telegram? Is that a weird thing? Or you just open it up and just accept that you might be talking to GPT-4 in a Discord and think that it might be your new best friend, but it's an agent.
GPT-15.
Yeah, GPT-15. So yeah, it's a really deep thing to think about for sure.
That's actually a really cool way how we like went from like Web3 to actually like AI. Okay, I do have like maybe one last question for you. What's the one advice that you would give to a community manager or like a developer relations person who is looking into building or growing Web3 community? What's like one of the few things that you would advise them to do to build successful Web3 community?
If you want to build a community, I'll just say it's a lot of work. It's tiring. It's like, I guess if you ran a charity or a not-for-profit, it almost feels like that. It's tireless work. You don't always get complimented or people appreciate the work you do. You're always here like, how can I help you and how can I make this better for you? And you're always serving them. You're like a on-chain public servant to the community. So I think my number one advice is that you be prepared mentally and physically to engage with the community. I'm sure there were like thousands of side events that were put up at ETH Denver. Waylay put one up yesterday. I put one up earlier this week, and I'm sure Waylay and everyone here feels the tiredness of like socializing and serving people food and making people feel comfortable. So if you want to run a community, just mentally prepare yourself to like give a part of yourself to everybody else and find that balance, like whether that's like going to work out or like reading something, because it's an endurance race. And you can tell the best community managers are the ones that are always giving. They're always like here to support people, and they don't have any kind of ulterior motive. While the worst managers are the ones that are like taking advantage or like doing something quick to make a quick buck, right? So do it for the long term and really care about people at the end of the day.
Yeah. For very successful communities, I would say it's literally like a political campaign. You start feeling you have the power over the community, and you feel like and power, like everything else, like corrupts over time. So I've seen like the opposite, right? Like super successful community managers, sometimes they feel like they're almost like a politician, where they have like this inherent power to influence, but also dictate who gets in, who's not, across whatever incentive programs or quests that they launch. So on that side, I would say please keep in mind that everything that comes with the power can also be taken away when the community realizes things get a bit too much out of hand, because the crypto space is very fluid. And the same with founders, right? Because there's a high risk of founders are, I would say in Web3, founders are the community head to some extent, and community managers are an extension of that. So the social influence can be a double-edged sword in that sense, right? And many founders try to rally the community for their own political agenda that often is not, I think, the right way of using the community. On the other side, I agree with everything that Benny said about the hardship of managing a community. If you just think that being a community manager is just socializing, having good chats with people, and just like hanging out with your friends, right? Please rethink about it because you will get burned out very quickly, but also you will get like disappointed very quickly on the sheer level of superficial conversation or people coming with agenda, right? Like trying to get the airdrop, trying to get the road, trying to get an earlier location. It's a very materialistic kind of relationship. But in order to move forward, like at least in my old day, I used to always focus on the 10%. The 10% of people who are here for the right reason, the 10% who are willing to help you grow the project, the 10% who are super aligned on your vision and passionate, and who show up for your boring talk, for your boring like office hours, and who are willing to build on top of you when it's just only a vision and you're just building the rails, right? So focus on the 10% to motivate you to serve the remaining 90%, right? Like that's, I would say, the best way to not get burned out and not get very disappointed or deluded by the space. So, for any existing new community manager out there, there is hope. Benny and I have been in the space for many years and many years to come, and we see hope, but please, take care of yourself because it's a very hard job. The same for you, Annette.
Yeah, I wanted to add that probably attaching your hobby into your community is also a great way how to continue growing, and whether that's like organizing some sort of game nights or doing maybe like a yoga mornings or some sort of like, you can take that into like virtual as well as in person level as well. So try to like play around like one thing which you love. And try to build a community around that as well, whether that's like a book club or like any sort of like hobby.
Manga, anime.
Or like, you can even build a community around like, have like a meme channel or have like a post your pet kind of channel and just like try to find like a common ground for your community, whether it's like within your own team or like within like one thing which you enjoy. And that way your job will become much more enjoyable, and that way you build much better relationships within the community, especially as Web3 community is kind of like hard to manage and it's everywhere, but finding your own tribe within Web3 is what keeps us connected and what keeps us together. And I feel like that's the reason why there are so many people at Denver as well, because the one thing which connects us together is Ethereum and blockchain itself. And I'm very happy that there are so many of you guys, and I hope that you guys are enjoying the Denver conference as well. And thank you so much for panelists to have this amazing conversation with me. Hope you guys enjoy this engaging question.
Thank you, Annette, for moderating, and Waylay is great. So yeah, thanks everyone.
Yeah, thank you everyone.
All right, thank you for joining us today, guys. So today we're going to talk about something that a lot of questions people have as soon as they finish a Buidl-a-thon like ETH Denver. What do I do next? Where's this going? And oftentimes it's great to learn by doing and have that start. But what can you do if you actually want to take your idea to the next level? What can you do if you want to see how far you can take it? Does your idea have legs? Is this a real thing? So one of the ways that you can do that is, of course, to start applying it in the real world. And so a lot of people are at different points in their journey. And so we have a number of people joining us today that are going to help us explore kind of the directions that this can go and how you can figure out what to do next here. So Ellie Lee, Del Titus, and Austin Griffith. And I want to give each of you a chance to just say kind of how you got into Web3 and how you took it to the next level. How'd you go from I'm interested in this, I'm building my first pilot project to being industry leaders where you're at. So Ellie, if you want to start us off.
Yeah, sure. Hey, everyone. My name is Ellie. So currently, I'm one of the core team members with UETH, the University of Ethereum, focusing on product. But yeah, it's actually a long story how I got into Web3. So after college, I took a leap of faith to work on my own startup. So that was when the Netflix, binge watching was still a thing. I think nowadays, people just think, oh, I'm just gonna binge watch something. But back then, that was a cool new concept. So my co-founder and I built a clipping technology that lets users clip any moment from any streaming, any videos online. So we grew that to about 150,000 monthly active with millions of traffic. And then we got very lucky after 2 years, the product went viral and we got acquired by an ad tech company. So I was head of product there for a couple more years till they got acquired by PubNative, which is a bigger ad tech player in this space. Then COVID happened. So I took a bit of time to just think about what I want to do because, like social media and ad tech, they're all very attention and revenue driven. You feel like you're always asking for validation from outsiders versus, what do I really want to build that, that's impactful, for other people and for myself. Then because of COVID, I actually joined a later stage Series C telemedicine company because of COVID. So I was there for about a year, but ultimately realized, I'm more interested in starting something earlier stage versus being in a mature company like a Series C stage to build products. Then COVID, so later in COVID, that's when the whole Web3 culture, NFT started exploding. Even though I've been buying crypto since 2017, that's when on the product level, especially on the consumer mass adoption level, I finally realized, oh, this is something that makes sense to me. I could start building something. So I got connected to a founder friend who back then was building on a social token startup. So they just closed their Series A, and then the founder asked me to help out on the product stuff. So we actually did a few months kind of trial and run pilot projects to see, one, if I'm actually interested in the space, and then for me to learn more about, basically just building products in Web3 because there are still a lot of new concepts that I needed to catch up back then. So after a couple months, and then it made sense on both sides, and then I started my full-time journey into Web3, and I never looked back.
Awesome, thanks, Ellie. And Del, how about you? What got you into the space in the first place? And please tell us your journey.
And yeah, thanks for that, Ellie. It's really amazing journey. So, I mean, I initially, my background was in retail banking, real estate, and then I joined a music tech startup, and that was in the era where you couldn't necessarily share music to one another from different streaming platforms. So it was quite disruptive at the time. Unfortunately, with that startup, there was a hostile takeover, and then it eventually got sold to one of the big streaming companies. And during that period, I had a lot of, should I say, companies that were based between the UK and the US, very interested in seeing how I could assist them, because we managed to drive that valuation quite high at the time. So, I got often approached by companies to see whether you can help us with fundraising, business development. And during that period, Bitcoin landed on my desk. So it was around maybe 2014. And I had a really close pal who's a genius at all the dev work. And, having come from the real estate background, it became very clear, especially like following the financial crisis, that there was an issue in our economic system, right? And so when I saw Bitcoin, I thought, this looks very interesting. And basically we figured out a way to start mining it. And so we mined it, we mined quite a few. I think we went as far as we got maybe close to 30 to 40 coins at the time. So it's quite aggressive. And then unfortunately we had the destiny of holding our coins with Mt. Gox, and the rest is history from that point. But we never thought the value would be as it was. We didn't really go into it with that mindset, and really started to think of how we could be involved in this. And so I would say, a bit similar to Ellie, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, I had an unfortunate experience of losing my father. So I had to go to Ghana in Africa. And whilst I was there, just kind of had this epiphany of, what could be done here in the tech space. And if, you look at Africa, from my perspective, you have a GDP that was, significantly underperforming. Close to, I would say, 1.5 billion people, 70% of that being youth, and most of them not really capitalizing on their productivity. And so when you look at the way cryptocurrencies had performed in the last 10 years in terms of asset value, it just made sense that Web3 was the place to go in Africa. And it wasn't a luxury, it was actually needed, right? There's people that were unbanked. There were so many systems that the government had that just needed assistance. And so my journey there was I was going to set up an incubator, which is Web3 Accra, before actually building a product where we are today. And that Web3 Accra was designed to bring together the community in Africa, the institutions, regulators, to sit down and figure out what kind of projects we should be looking at building out there. And so we hosted a bunch of conferences, a lot of hackathons, and actually we're fortunate enough to actually host Vitalik last year for 2 weeks in Ghana. Well, he was all over Africa, but he headlined our conference last year. And with that, with that incubator, we managed to build a very, very big community. And then from there, we secured a partnership with the central bank, which leads us to the products that we've now launched. But ultimately, the objective for the central bank when they approached me to see how we could help them was based on the fact that a huge amount of cryptocurrency had been going through West Africa, and there was no real oversight over it. And so that kind of led to our partnership, which is where we are today. And so we have Web3 Accra, which is community building, focused on bringing regulators and policymakers together and partners outside of the region. And then we have the network state that we're building, which I'll get onto further down the line. So thank you.
Thank you, Del. And then many of you know Austin, but you might not know his journey into Web3. So yeah, let's hear it, Austin.
Vitalik's hard to get. That's awesome. You guys got Vitalik.
I know, right? Pleasant surprise.
So I am a builder. I'm a product builder. I'm a teacher. I went to school north of here a couple hours. I was building Facebook games for a long time. I had a lot of games in the Facebook App Store. Then Docker came along, and I built like an infrastructure layer over top of Docker that would let your organization spin up services first locally and then to the cloud, all very seamlessly. But within that company, it was all closed source. And I would put on a bow tie every Friday, and I would show off some cool technology. And one of those was Ethereum. And like 6 months later, I was out and into Ethereum, right? And obviously, there's lots of nights and weekends. A lot of the people that are in the Build Guild are nights and weekends. And that's how it started for me. Lots of nights and weekends building, trying to prove out certain things. I built this game called Gallias. There was this hand-painted, on-chain, like Age of Sail game. And I brought it to ETH Denver in 2018. And that was really like this moment for me that shifted from I've been lurking in the shadows to I'm going to go ship at this hackathon. And we built a Pogs game at that hackathon. And I kind of got more into the ecosystem and found that doing DevRel type work, where I would go like find some interesting concept and then kind of like hit record and just like build something with it and kind of teach it to people, that started resonating. And I did like burner wallets and meta transactions. And then in 2019, we did the burner wallet here at ETH Denver, where you got a coin, you scanned it, you had the wallet, you walked up to the food truck, you scanned that, you bought some food. And that was kind of a magical experience that catapulted me more into the space. And then since then, I built ETH.build, which is like a teaching platform. And then that led to Scaffold ETH, which is like a prototyping platform. And now Build Guild is like this organization that I'm helping run around all of that, where we do education with Speedrun Ethereum, we do prototyping and building with Scaffold ETH, and then we give a ton of grants. And I think we'll talk about that more as we go into this.
Awesome, yeah, thanks. So, I mean, you know, what's really cool is there are a lot of different ways to get into this space, but I think there's something consistent here is you just have to keep on building. So you might be at different places in your journey, keep moving forward, but the thing to note is that there might be some things you can do to be a little more efficient in your journey, to move quicker towards the goals that you have. So depending on where you're at, there's different things that you're going to need to do. So as part of the University of Ethereum, Ellie and I work together on this project. We have some introductory content that you can consume depending on your knowledge. There's a lot of people out there who, and yourself possibly included, you might have 75% of it or 90% of it, but there might be something that you're missing just in terms of those basics. And so there's basically about a 15-hour course that you can go through from start to finish, depending on where your knowledge level is. Some people have speed run it in about 3 hours as well. And then if you go beyond that, there are plenty of other resources like some of the things that Austin and other people in the space offer as well. So I just want to kick it off first with, depending on where you are, education can help you get good bearings on getting to the next step more quickly. If you're missing something, it's hard to get there. So are there any resources, and anyone feel free to take this, that our panelists particularly recommend for people to get up to speed?
Well, I guess I'll go. So I'm not technical. I've always been in the product background. So I guess I learned more about Web3 or what crypto is from more of like a general understanding perspective. I will say resources that you have access to is so much better nowadays versus even 2-3 years ago, or even back in 2017. So when I was getting just educated on Ethereum, what Bitcoin was back in 2017, it's more mostly from the financial perspective. Oh, like if you're getting early, you can make some profits. So that didn't really resonate with me. But I think given the ecosystem growth and everything, now we have the opportunity to set the right narrative. Why this technology, this this fundamental layer of this technology is important, how it's revolutionary, how that's different from Web 2, and from how that's different from Web 2. So I'm a little weird. So I kind of learned from just reading about a bunch of different things and create this knowledge graph in my mind. And then with ChatGPT, you can actually create this knowledge graph. Just ask ChatGPT to generate that for you, and then you can ask questions about each area to do a deeper dive. So that's how I learned, for example, like the L2s, when it was like the OP stack, the ZK sync, like all these type of L2 layer. But at the University of Ethereum, we offer this interactive kind of Duolingo style to really simplify the complex blockchain concepts into something interactive, fun for you to ease into it, which I personally find very helpful as well when I was building the product. And then outside of work, I'll say I listen to podcasts, follow industry thought leaders like Austin on Twitter, and then also obviously Vitalik, read his blog posts. So those long form content, I think. In general, it's a bit lacking in the industry, but when you see good content like this, you have a good broad understanding of what's going on in the ecosystem, and you can always dig deeper with the help of what we do at UETH and then with ChatGPT.
So I think that like to quickly speedrun it, first you want to get the syntax down. You want to understand how Solidity, if you're a builder, you want to understand how Solidity works. And then I point people towards speedrunethereum.com, and there you'll get a bunch of the aha moments that we've compressed into the curriculum. And then go to hackathons and build things. And the first 6 things you build are going to suck. And you're going to think they're awesome, and they're going to land, and you're going to get into the ecosystem, and everyone's going to love you, and you're going to get rich. But you got to throw away a few projects first, and you got to get through a lot of those things. And the second thing is don't ask for permission. This is a permissionless ecosystem. Almost everything is open source. The best way to contribute is just go find issues that people have and solve them, whether it's in their repo or whether it's a product. And just do that over and over again out loud. And you kind of give a shout out to like Crypto Twitter and Warpcast too. Like watch what other people are doing and get the vibe and understand the context and what's good to build and what's not good to build.
So basically, your project sucks.
Yeah, it's gonna suck. I just gotta warn you. Like the judges might not get it. Like it's okay. You got to keep building. Do it over and over again.
Yeah, no, for sure. So I guess if you look at a lot of the things that actually finally hit that product market fit in the world, they don't just come out and nail it day one usually, right? So that's a big piece of why we're here talking with you today, is to kind of figure out what are different ways that you can actually take this idea that you have and try to get closer to product market fit, try to turn it into an actual sustainable company or organization. So there's a lot of different ways to go about that. You could build a company. You could partner with other people. You could go open source. You could look for grants. There's a lot of these things that we can dive into. I'd like to start with I'd say the pilot project approach of reaching out to people who have problems in the world and how we can help. And then also I want to talk about in terms of maybe as an ecosystem for the blockchain community, there could be a way for us to make that bridge a little bit more accessible to new projects. So actually, Del, I want to come to you for a minute. So with the Bank of Ghana, obviously there's some pretty interesting opportunities that maybe some of the projects here could help solve. So what would be the best way for a project here at ETH Denver to approach the Bank of Ghana and kind of understand what those problems are and see if their project might be able to help out, or their team?
Yeah, that's a great question, Justin. So, I mean, when we started the journey of maybe 2-3 years ago, we could foresee that these kind of questions would come up, right? So if you have like a very interesting project on this side of the world and they see expansion opportunities in Africa, how do they go on about it? And sometimes it's as basic as not knowing the right people to network with. And so that's why we created the Web3 Accra, so that it was a community-based project. It's non-profit, right? And the objective is to bring together the ecosystem. And one of the things I personally did is I did seek grants. So I was doing the trips to the West Coast frequently, every other month. And I also joined a network state, one called Afropolitan, which is based between the West Coast and I would say the African ecosystem. And by joining them, I met other builders. As a matter of fact, I actually met them at ETH Denver 2 years ago. So, you know, that shows you the power of it, what you guys are doing. And as a consequence of that, you know, we built Web3 Accra and then started creating this kind of network effect where we were talking to builders, let's say like Austin, and say, hey, just come out, you know, when we're doing our next conference or our next town hall, do you want to come out to Africa? Some people haven't been, right? So it's an opportunity to see the continent while also meeting builders and other ecosystems. And then what we also did is, rather than going to the Bank of Ghana and say, hey, you need to take this product, we realized a problem they were trying to fix, which was building a digital currency, right? And so we started inviting them to our conferences and our town halls and really having conversations with builders and people that were using these assets, right? And make no mistake, some of these people in these institutions actually do use crypto. And so they were giving us insights on some of the, you know, crypto that they were buying and how it was performing as tests, right? And I would say in Africa, the benefits are, it's not as rigid of a system where if you are working within an institution, you can't, a financial institution, you can't buy crypto. You can buy it, they'll cap it and say how much you can buy, but they don't mind you kind of like playing around with it to understand how it works. And so there were questions back and forth between us and the community. And eventually, the central bank launched the eCity, which is a digital currency which they are testing out in rural areas. And that program's been going for just under a few years now. And then that led on to our partnership with them, which focused on actually putting a policy together. And by then, as I said, you know, we'd had a few protocols come, and then, you know, the Coinbases reached out, you know, Vitalik came, the Binances got in touch, and they set up shop on the continent. And then now here we are in a situation where by May, Ghana would actually officially announce its policy. Nigeria's done so a few months ago, and other African countries and central banks are doing that at the moment. And then now we're in a position to actually launch a network state that is very much focused on KYC for blockchain and allowing citizens to get some sort of utility against that.
Awesome, awesome. And so if a project wanted to come in and support that and connect with you, obviously coming to events, either you know, coming and meeting you maybe right after this, for example, would be a good first start, right?
Yeah, could connect with me. We'd love to invite you to events that we're hosting out there, and then some of the initiatives that the central bank is creating. We have a good enough relationship to, you know, invite people outside the ecosystem who want to be involved, and then can kind of take it from there.
That's great. That's great. So Austin and I were talking a little earlier about grants, and in fact, still one more question for you, Del. So, in terms of pilot projects, to help move some of those initiatives forward, there are a lot of ecosystem organizations that contribute to helping builders take on pilot projects. So it can sometimes be hard for a builder to get one of those grants if there's not momentum or something meaningful assigned to it. So it's an interesting way that the builders could collaborate with you to get some of your initiatives done, or at least create more of these pilot projects that you know, you could say, wow, we did 20 pilot projects. One of them worked really well. The rest of them didn't do a whole lot, whatever. But I think there's just not enough pilot projects that are connected to real-world use cases and to organizations like yourself that,
absolutely.
you know, so I guess from that perspective, if some of these builders wanted to propose things to you and then partner with some of these organizations, what would you say would be a good way to get in touch?
Yeah, so sometimes, you know, like with the builders on ground, some of them have some really, really great ideas, but they need guidance in terms of how they formalize that, is the best way to put that. And so best way is really understanding the organizations, how they wish to, what is their culture on issuing grants, right? And then creating some sort of intermediary formality that allows the right builders to kind of connect to that. And that's where Web3 Accra comes in, to work with the organizations and the builders on the ground to ensure that there's a, should I put it, a pragmatic system. And then hopefully we will provide the oversight to ensure that that's expanding in the right direction. And as I said, we've done most of the legwork on the ground. And so it makes it very easy for an organization to come to us and say, okay, how many builders are good on Solidity? You know, is there any AI adjacent Web3 projects that we can look at? What's happening in the gaming area? And they just literally tap into the community, and we help integrate that.
Awesome. Yeah. So we'll provide some follow-up information for builders that want to get in touch with you for sure.
Yeah.
And then Austin, maybe we can talk a little bit about just some of the ecosystem opportunities that can help builders, start off with a grant. Maybe don't jump straight into VC funding or like pursuing like a full round for something. Other kind of approaches. What kind of things do you recommend?
Yeah, I don't know what to do at the VC level. I'm glad we have like more input on that, because once it gets there, I'm out. But I try to keep builders as like free agents for a while and let them explore what they think is going to have the most impact in the space. And the way we do that is with like streaming grants. And the way to get a streaming grant is kind of a nebulous process, but it had to do with going through Speedrun Ethereum, building lots of things, showing them off, and then eventually we would find folks that were building cool things, and then we would open up a stream to them on chain, and they could withdraw from that stream and turn in what they're working on. But I think more generally, like grants are available all over the ecosystem for open source software. You don't necessarily have to go straight to a VC. You could find things that are where you could have impact. Maybe you're building a new library. Even if there's already a library that exists for one language, you're building it in Rust instead, and that's a new hot thing, and it's more efficient. And doing those kinds of things like builds up a really nice infrastructure within Ethereum and a really good ecosystem. So I think that like it still goes back to stop asking for permission, start doing things, start providing value, but also like Build Guild is open for grants. Like if you we'll have a grants website that we're going to launch within the next couple of weeks that are sort of like these small one-off grants before you get like a streaming smart contract. So there's programs all over the ecosystem for these kinds of things, and also like public goods programs. If you're already providing value, you'll get a retro airdrop from Optimism or Octant or Gitcoin. So there's lots of different funding mechanisms. But then when you're ready to go pro, you have to talk to the VCs.
Do you want to shout out maybe all your favorites from the grant side for pilot projects?
I mean, it's more like pick the protocol that's most interesting to you, right? Like if you're kind of getting into ZK, go look at the ZK, like Aztec and all of the ZK stuff. I'm old, so I'm thinking, there's probably like so many new ones that I don't even know the name of, right? But I would say like find the thing that you're interested in and then go start paying attention to those repos, look at their starter kits, go build something with it, show it off, and try to get their attention that way and apply to those grants programs.
Awesome. And then I'd say, just talking, Ellie, you have a lot of experience on more of that VC side of heading towards, if depending on the stage of your project, if you feel like that's the direction you're going, what do you recommend in terms of next steps and how projects can possibly do something that is, let's say, more on that in between getting funding, like full funding, but what do they need to do to be prepared to get themselves to that point?
Right. So it's interesting. Before I jump into Web3, I actually did something on the side helping run an accelerator in the Web2 world. So the reason why I quit was because, one, I was not that good of an investor, and two, I just felt like, the path to success is very narrow and really predefined for a company or startup. Pretty much, if you want to be known in the startup world, you only have access to VC funding, and that's boring. And then that kind of turns the ecosystem in a very unhealthy way, and almost like if you get VC funding, then you get recognized. But what I really like about Web3 is there are so many different paths to success, and this in-between stage, or the ultimate success is not defined by the VC world anymore, right? It's by this greater ecosystem and then the product that you are actually building that's advancing, this whole industry. I think that's, the narrative or paradigm shift that we're seeing in the Web3 world. So in this in-between stage, I think it's interesting. From the product side, once you have some sort of prototype, the question is always, who are your target audience? Who are you targeting, right? Is it DeFi? Is it the degen world? Is it more community driven? You should be able to answer these questions before even taking a step further from just a passion project or something that comes out of a hackathon or from East Denver project. You should be asking yourself these questions before start navigating what the next step is. And at the University of Ethereum, I think what we're doing is interesting. We're creating this navigation system, or at least trying to help people navigate what's next for them, right? And it's also awesome that the fact that we are having a panel talking about all the resources available and setting the right mindset that everything is almost open source, it's almost available for you. All you have to do is just start taking the initiative yourself. But from basically the support system we offer at the University of Ethereum, if you have a good idea, come talk to us. We'll provide mentorship support and and then basically give you all the grant opportunities that's available out there with all the L2s, with Build Guild, with Web3 Acra. So we know these resources exist. We'll help you navigate, what's available to you. And then also, depending on your target audience, we'll give you product support. We'll help you put together a team through all of our university and chapter network, so that we're really creating our own ecosystem of builders who are passionate about building something, doing real world use cases. Then we can group the right people, the right resources together, and really help you navigate and maximize. Help you maximize your effort to build something that's really meaningful for our space.
Awesome, yeah. So, I mean, you've probably heard a lot of consistent messages here are around put yourself out there. Start connecting with people. Don't be afraid to talk to them. And if you maybe you feel a little bit shy, you need someone to help you out in that journey. That is one of the places where the mentorship team at University of Ethereum and a lot of other organizations can help. So to Austin's point, pretty much every protocol has a team that's designed to help you figure that out. So if you have an area that you're particularly interested in, reach out to those teams and get going. Back to this whole idea of your idea sucks. Like you've heard these things like fail fast and I think that's really important because you can put years of time building something that's already out there and been open sourced and I've had some experiences of my own working in a direction, just having this focus, thinking, hey, this is amazing, this is the best idea ever, and then is it really though, right? So I want to take a minute to just talk about maybe you could share some stories of your own of maybe not putting enough time into, or putting too much time into something without connecting with the community, and in particular, how connecting with the open source community can help you really understand how important your idea is and like how you can tap into that community. So whoever wants to take it, feel free. I felt like that was an Austin one. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and kind of going on that, you're looking for validation as a builder when you have a good idea. And a lot of times you'll see names and faces up giving talks, and you'll go try to get some kind of validation from them. Hey, I'm building X. Like, we suck at knowing what the future is too, right? Don't try to get validation from us. Try to get validation from users. Try to solve a problem that people are going to use. And so your idea still might suck, and we might think it sucks, but you have to prove it to the world by going out and building it and getting users and seeing how they use it, I think.
Yeah, took all the words out of my mouth, but I think, also in our case, right, don't be afraid to take the long road, in my opinion, because sometimes you look at, for example, had I looked at the hearings that some of the crypto companies were having in the US, with the SEC, and I would have never done anything, right? Because I was like, well, it's pretty toxic there, so maybe it's not even worth pursuing my central bank. But when I had a conversation with them, they were quite open. They were very clear that the world is moving in that direction. Their problem wasn't working with us or allowing us to test what we were building. Their issue was around education. And so they were very receptive to whether it was an Austin or a Vitalik or Justin or Ellie who wanted to come and teach. So, I would say, don't be afraid to take the long road, and also be bold and be very open to the idea of looking at new territories, because I genuinely believe that decentralization isn't successful unless unestablished territories can participate. That's when it's truly successful, right? And that for me is like what kind of like, it's like my North Star when I think of what we're doing in Ghana.
And when you were asking Del how people could solve his problems are the same as a whole world of users, right? Like smart contract wallets, there's no one building good UX on top of smart contract wallets yet, but that's how everybody is going to custody the funds in the next couple of years. So building a good smart contract UX where you can swap as your smart contract on Uniswap, and it's just one button click and it approves and it transfers. All of that UX is coming, but no one's really building it no one has become the Schelling point of that thing. So by building that thing, you would solve the problems for like worldwide users.
I was going to say, because we work with a lot of students coming to us with good ideas, maybe they're early, but our first advice is always go talk to your users, like go test, right? And then it's not the end of the world if the market or like whoever you talk to doesn't like your idea. It just means, this hypothesis doesn't work. Maybe try something else. But as long as you have this keep biddling mindset, I think you will find something that resonates with people.
I built like a hand-painted fishing game, Age of Sail. It had commit reveal fishing for randomness. It had land tiles that you could buy. There was a market. It was all on mobile. It was super responsive. And I showed it off to a few people at ETH Denver and in 2018. And a couple of them were like, wow, that's really cool. But then the people that I really looked up to, I went up to them and I showed them, and they were almost like a little bit annoyed and they didn't get it. And so just know that like it's tough and you have to build things, and don't worry about what the figureheads on the sign say. Go get users' feedback and put something in someone's hands and see how they use it and iterate on that.
Well said.
Awesome. So we've talked about grants a little bit, but I do think that that's a really interesting way to kick off your project and get a little bit of resources to help get access to some of those users. If you can partner with a project or organization, that's a great way because they have built-in users that you can iterate on your project with. Can we talk for a minute about getting grants? Like what are people looking for in the grant process? So when putting something together, when applying for a grant, what kind of information is important to the organization reviewing and approving that grant?
For me, I want a one-liner. Like my grant process is actually go speedrun Ethereum, go build a token vendor and a staking app and a DEX and a multi-sig and work your way through my curriculum. But if you get that far and then you show up, give me a one-liner of what you want to build next, and that's usually good enough for a small grant. Do that 2 or 3 times, and if that's successful and you're having impact, that's going to lead to a bigger grant or stream of ETH.
At the University of Ethereum, we actually have recently invested in and are currently incubating a project called ACE. So I wish the founder, Colton, is here on the stage with me. So the reason we really liked his project was because it really resonates with our mission to bring the next 20 million or however much millions, billions of users into Web3. So ACE is essentially a trading card game that's using the Web3 narratives that's very relatable to folks. And then it's a really fun game, kind of like Hearthstone. And then with the quality of the cards it creates, it clicks with people in a different way that we think there's potential to bring more people into Web3. So I mean, it resonates with the Duolingo model that we created. So we're trying to bring people from a creative perspective, so that there's a chance to include more people. So just on, I guess essentially UETH is our own ecosystem. So when we think about projects to partner with or even investing, we want to make sure that we're ethos aligned, on that front, right? So I think for a lot of L2s, like when they're giving out grants, they're probably looking the same things. So when in your application, you should talk about, the potential for the possibility for all the users that you can potentially bring onto this chain, and then why you're doing it. So, if there's any synergies. So I think at the end of the day, this ecosystem is great because everyone's looking for a win-win situation. And as long as you can kind of establish that, you always have a chance to get those grants.
Yeah, I'd add in one more thing. I do think choosing a public goods focus at first can be very beneficial for getting a grant. If you have an initiative that is going to do good in the world, that's a great way to iterate on your project while exploring the feasibility and how users adopt it. So one of the things that through University of Ethereum, we hosted a workshop with Princess of Sierra Leone. And one of the things that we're moving forward now, and actually is an opportunity for students and anyone here, is building a better process for managing wells in the country. So it's interesting how that developed and kind of moved along. Initially, it was, hey, this is a conversation, and this is a cool idea, but then one thing led to another. Now we're talking with the government there, and we have a pilot project that's being put together, and grant is just about approved for that. And the idea is that just building a well, I mean, that's great, that's helpful, but is there a way to build a sustainable way for people to essentially buy bonds in a well? Can you turn this well into a business? Can you take that water and sell it to nearby artisanal mines or farms, or can you package that water and resell it? Can you attach Wi-Fi, and can you attach solar panels and like other things that are needed in a lot of these rural areas that are just not cost effective for people to buy themselves and create a sustainable model? So as a result, now that's become a relatively interesting project that that has a lot of legs, and if it can be proven as a pilot, that can go anywhere, right? If it was just purely, hey, let's just build a well, and there wasn't more to it, maybe that wouldn't have been as interesting. But you know, if you can pick a public goods approach to a pilot project and work with an organization that you say, hey, you don't need to spend any money on this. I just want to work with you as my partner and apply for this grant, and let's see what we can do when we work together. It can be a very effective way to take your idea out in the world and see if it has legs. So any other thoughts on that?
I would just like put the other side of that too, and be like, watch out for the fact that the term public goods is kind of overloaded in our space a little bit already. But building something that even you can't stop, that anyone can use, that is somehow expansive with some fee system, so it brings LPs in. You create this hyperstructure that is useful for everyone. So there's definitely like ways to make public goods, but a lot of them still include financial mechanisms. I think we still see lots of financial mechanisms, and it's okay. Like I was a computer guy, and I didn't even really care that Ethereum was money. I thought it was just like this unstoppable, ultra composable, censorship resistant platform where I could just deploy my apps. But I think if you look at it as a traditional technology, like this goes really nerdy, but there's a thing called a cron job. It's basically a service you want to run every night to roll your logs or compound your entrance or something. In Web 2, you kind of just set up a server and write the rules for every day I want this thing to check in. But if you want that to work in Web 3, if you want that to be fully decentralized, you have to understand that there needs to be an incentive mechanism. Yes, you write the rule that says someone has to check in every 24 hours and only one person can, but you also need to say whoever checks in gets paid. And you need to have like some system of money flowing into that to be able to pay those operators to be checking into your contract. But once you do build that, you build this system that's like literally unstoppable, which is really cool. So I think that like, yes, public goods are awesome. Try to build things that help the whole ecosystem and are credibly neutral and fully accessible from everyone. But also like, don't be afraid of incentives and understanding mechanism design and how to use incentives to get a certain behavior out of your users.
And that also brings up for me something interesting that came up talking with Princess Sarah's brother Hindo, which was that there's actually maybe not as much of a need to build new wells in a lot of ways, but to repair the wells. You know, so it's like if there's not a incentive mechanism for people to learn those skills, or be, like if the well does not make money, eventually it will break, and there may not be funds to replace that. And so, like creating a sustainable model with proper incentives is one of the best ways that you can, you know, create a public good actually.
Well, just to quickly add, you know, this is what we call regenerative pipeline at the University of Ethereum.
Awesome. So we have about 2 minutes left here. I want to give some closing thoughts from each person. So yeah, why don't we kick it off with you, Ellie? Any closing thoughts or next places that you'd like people to go if they want to talk more and tap into some of the things you've talked about?
Yeah. So, you know, obviously on the project and project level and engagement level with students, we always welcome students to come, you know, take our one-on-one course to at least develop this general understanding of blockchain. Then you will feel confident and well-equipped to, you know, navigate this ecosystem, and will provide, you know, all the necessary support that you need to keep navigating, keep Buidling in this space. And then just on the university level, we're actually doing something really cool. So we put out this one-on-one course kind of as the fundamental layer to show this world what's possible but we are actually doing an open call to work with all different protocols, projects. If you're interested in providing educational content, we'll give you this white label solution that you can just take from us to create your own interactive content targeting your community. And then the next bigger vision is really open sourcing this content creation where everyone could come and co-create content with us so that we can build more content library as a whole in this ecosystem. Then it's really open accessible so that everyone can come into the space and start navigating with confidence.
I mean, as I said, personally and commercially, I've definitely benefited from ETH Denver and the Ethereum ecosystem. So, make no mistake, some of your biggest opportunities will come from this place if you apply yourself. And as I said, over the years, the relationships have been kept. We've watered the seed, and now, we have a flower that's growing into a tree eventually. And so I would definitely say, engaging with an ecosystem like Ethereum is very, very good. In addition to that, I think, let's not underestimate the ecosystem in Africa and how it contributes towards some of the large volume of transactions that's happening globally. We just use it differently. We don't use it for the same things that it's been used over here. And so I would really advise builders to really challenge themselves and stretch your consciousness to see what ways your products could be used in different ecosystems, and you might just crack something you haven't even thought about. And I've seen that happen so many times. And so, I would definitely say, that's super important. And last but not least, with us, we are, with Web3 Accra, we're solely there to be the partner, on-ground, supportive intermediary that can give you very good insight to how things work in that side of the world. And we can actually save you a lot of time as well and introduce you to some really, really good builders and projects and institutions out there if interested.
I'll double down on the same thing. I think that you find your customer first and work backwards from them. If it's an emerging market, figure out what kind of cell phones they use, figure out how it works, and build a product that works for them and get it in their hands and see what happens. For developers, my call to action is to go speedrun Ethereum. Go to speedrun Ethereum and go through that curriculum. And a lot of the notes that we hit on today, don't ask for permission, just go build things. Don't ask for, not advice, but don't look for a good attaboy from me. You get the attaboy when you build something and get users, and that's what the most important thing is, I think.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. And if you want to follow up with us and get a little more help on some of these things, you can drop by ueth.org, and we'll be happy to help you find, get oriented. So thanks so much for joining us today, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello. My name is Valerio, this is Aura, and we have built Honest Auctions. Honest Auctions is an NFT bidding platform with a funny twist to it. You will not be able to see the NFT until the auction has ended. We have used threshold access control to encrypt the token URI, and it will only be revealed after the auction has ended to the winner of the auction. So, let's get started. First, we will here have all the auctions running, as we can see, and we will be able to create a new auction. In that, we can pass in here the NFT contract address, the NFT ID. Then we will pass in here the NFT metadata. So, we're now at 13, aren't we? We'll now pass in here the metadata. I have just used the HTTPS of a image, super centralized, but it's for demonstration purposes. So we pass it in here, encrypt it. Gotta switch to Polygon Mumbai. We can encrypt. And only the owner of the NFT will be able to see the decryption. So we can then also directly decrypt it here and see in a minute we have a decrypted token URI. And this is the image. So yeah, you can think of it in a way like FIFA Ultimate Team, NFT, Pokemon unpacking cards. So basically any sort of way where people can bet on, you maybe get lucky with an NFT that is hidden but do not know. So it's like a nice way to gamble with friends or like have unpackings. You can have a token, you can have NFT packages, bundles with, let's say, 10 NFTs, and one is a rare one, you never know, because the auction is encrypted. Thanks a lot, and yeah, has been very nice here so far at ETH Denver and presenting.
We are Silverbacks. For ETH Denver, we created a social media platform that we're calling Silverback Social Lounge. Silverback Social Lounge, every single post that you post is an NFT. You can upload images, text, or using DALL-E 3, generate images. Every single post, as I said, is an NFT. You can vote using what we have minted is called the React token. You can stake React on each post, and the longer a post is active, the less shares you can receive per post. So in essence, the cost of shares goes up over time. 3% of all withdrawals go to the owner of the NFT. So NFTs can also be traded, which means someone could create a viral post, and then you can buy that post and collect from it, meaning there is inherent value in that post from the staked React. Yeah.
We also incorporated AI.
Well, we're using DALL-E 3 for all images, but we're going to upkeep with any future AI that come down the pipeline. One of the core features that we built into it is every image that's created well, it's uploaded to IPFS, but it's also tagged by the votes. So we can create a data set, it's an open source data set that can be dumped from the blockchain at any time and used to train new AI. It looks like my time's up, so I just want to thank everybody. Apes together strong.
Hello guys, my name is Teddy. We are from 7007 Studio, and now we are building the OpenSea for AIGC content. We utilize the ERC 7007 and OPML to provide transparent and fair compensation for all our creators. So as you can see here, we put in a prompt and you can generate image with stable diffusion. And every user can regenerate if they are not satisfied with the result. And right after the result, they can mint it as a ERC 7007 platform. And we are currently running on Ethereum mainnet. And as a hackathon, we integrated the story protocols, the IP asset, so each content can be registered as an IP asset on the protocol. And every user can mint the licensed NFT for the IP asset to have further monetization on chain. Yes, so here the NFT is already registered as an IP asset, and we are now minting the licensed NFT for the image. So now we go on the dashboard, we can see it's already registered on Sepolia testnet. Yes, and right after you have the license or the NFT, you can list it on 7007 Studio. It is a platform, it is a marketplace for all the AIGC generated content. And that's all, thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Eric, and along with Tyler, Gleb, and Rohan, we've created Michi, a trustless points trading protocol. So points have been extremely popular for the past few months, but first off, what are points? Points are an off-chain metric used to calculate a user's participation in a protocol, similar to credit card points or airline miles. And these points are used to determine how big of an airdrop allocation a user will get. Some of the most popular points programs are EigenLayer and Friendtech. So this has spawned a whole new group of points farmers, some of which are looking to offload their points, and others are looking to get more exposure to the underlying protocol. Now, the issue with trading points is that since points are stored off-chain and are to a specific wallet address, it's hard to trade them unless you're willing to give up access to your private keys. Whales market requires the seller to post collateral, and the buyer has no guarantee that the sale will actually go through. So at Michi, we utilize ERC 6551, where an NFT can be the owner of a wallet address. This means that if I transfer my NFT to someone else, I'm also transferring custody of that wallet, plus any points that have been earned. Our current MVP is live on Arbitrum, and we've integrated with Pendle Finance's yield tokens to earn EigenLayer points. In the future, we plan to expand to other chains and also onboard other points programs such as Athena. So I'll go ahead and do a quick demo of our application. So this app is live on Arbitrum. The first step is creating a new wallet here, which entails minting one of our NFTs and deploying a wallet that is owned by that NFT. Then you can go and deposit tokens that we offer, YT tokens, and then once those tokens are in the wallet, it begins to accrue EigenLayer points. You can then withdraw those tokens at any time and trade the NFT to then transfer those points. We're looking to build out that in-app marketplace very soon.
Well, hello. We are David and Steph, and we're here to present the evolution of NFTs and ordinals with the dynamic ordinals. So as everything needs to evolve, needs to move and change, a PFP static, basic, it will just evolve now into this more dynamic, interactive, personalized format that you can inscript into the ordinal itself in this new protocol that is called BRC 333 that allows that feature to be more dynamic in the interactions.
Yes, this project that we're showing today, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to connect up. But anyway, it is essentially like Bitcoin billboards, interactive billboards. The collections of our ordinals are like that. And each ordinal is actually like a decentralized Reddit question or application focused on just one question. The way it works is someone goes to a website, they put in a question and a seed that could be in the form of an image or a piece of text. They then mint the ordinal, and then the ordinal displays as this really cool question mark that's being put all over the world right now on streets and even on a bus tomorrow. And that question mark, it's an ordinal, and it has really cool features. It has audio, but it also has that question embedded in the ordinal. And you activate it by mousing over a bullet, and then you mouse over another bullet, and it takes you to a QR code that then can get you to the place where you can answer the question, and both the mentor and the people who answer get rewards.
Hello, my name is Georgian. Together with Anastasia, we are building gift card. Gift card is an on-chain gift card using ZK proofs. We are exploring right now this market because at current time the gift card market is $900 billion, and we want to move it on chain. Now is the perfect time to do that because infrastructure developed in a way that we have account abstraction and ZK and very cheap transaction costs, so we can basically onboard any new Web2 users using account abstraction when they log in with social account. Yeah, so our technology tech stack is we built a circuit in Circom. We have a smart contract deployed on multiple L2s, account abstraction with social login and gasless payments, 0x for swaps inside, and NFTs for the marketplace. So let's see quickly our video demo. So in this demo, you will see how, as a crypto native, you can basically buy a gift card using your MetaMask account. Yeah, so you just, simple flow, you just log in, then you go buy. Yeah, you can leave a message, select an amount, and sign transaction quickly with MetaMask. Okay. After you sign this transaction, you will receive a QR code or a link that you can share with your friends, and they can go with, to the marketplace, log in with Google account, and press buy. When they will press this buy, we will do a couple of things. We will check the transaction. Yeah, we will check the ZK proof that is correct. You will have the ability to withdraw the gift card amount. Then we will swap token, and then we will buy an NFT in any amount using gasless transactions. Yeah, that's it.
Hello, we are the DeFi Pi team. We're here to talk about a paper trading analytics dashboard for DeFi built entirely on Python. My partner Ian here refactored the Uniswap v2 code into Python, and on top of that, for this hackathon, what we've done is we've built in the ability to integrate with the 0x live price API. The reason we did this is because the quantitative finance market is massive. DeFi has already surpassed it, but nobody uses these tools. So there's a lot of tools for checking your positions, checking different metrics for stuff that you already have deployed, but nobody does this before they launch. So in quantitative finance, there's something called paper trading. It's the ability to do tests on your algorithms, your protocols against live stock data. And we've basically built the same thing here for DeFi because these are multi-million-dollar tools that quantitative finance people spend a lot of time and energy on, but nobody's really done it for DeFi. We've made this totally open source, available in an easy to install Python package. So this is the tool right now. I just clicked start simulation like minute or two ago. You can see it's been running for 5 minutes or so, and you can see the live data being fed in here from the price API. This is the variation. We have the simulation right now doing randomized swaps and arbitration bots being simulated that put it back to the market price, so the liquidity pool stays stable. You can, if you're more sophisticated, I just press start. So if you're a novice user, you could just press start. We also have light and dark mode, of course. But if you're more sophisticated, you can play with the different sliders here. You can see the max trade percentage, see how that affects pool size. You could take a mock position in the token base that you're choosing. If you do any of this stuff, it refreshes the data too, so you can see it all kind of update in real time. And if you're more sophisticated, you can mess with these, and we plan to add more, but that's basically it. Thank you.
ZKML options liquidator. In traditional finance, option liquidation prices are calculated by using Black-Scholes formula in reverse and then forward, thus losing a lot of information. These guys won a Nobel Prize for this, but they probably didn't have a computer at their desk. We came up with a much better result by training a neural network. However, who's going to trust me running my own computation and liquidating someone? Because of that, we need to supply a proof that we're running this neural network inference. And this is our architecture. We pick up an Oracle price. It goes to a system called Brevis, which generates a proof that the data is genuine, so nobody can submit false data. And then there's an EasyKL specialized system for proving matrix multiplications in AI. Both proofs are verified on-chain, and then if the hash is matched, we have combined proof, and we do the liquidation. That's our architecture. We trained the model, and we can just show here how our trained model runs. Can we run the video? Yeah, we have the. Here we're gonna perform our liquidation, and our test just liquidated a position optimistically and then verified the proof. Otherwise, it would divert. That is it. ZKML Options Liquidator. I'm Jordan, and this is Ryan. Thank you.
Hello there. We're Team 1 Delta, and I'm glad to present to you Oil Synths, which is a next-gen DeFi platform that allows you to leverage up specific assets like liquid staking derivatives that are pooled in balancer pools to gain excess yield over anything that has been seen in DeFi so far. So in this example here, we see a set of options where we use balancer or curve to compose a few pools that are accepted as collateral in Euler. These pools, for instance, like this selection, has also a synthetic stablecoin. You can select a simple collateral currency, pick an amount, and then simply leverage it up as if it were like a conventional perp platform. It's very easy to use, and what it does is that it leverages up your yield that you get either on LSDs or even on DEXs. You usually have to approve the process. Doesn't usually take that much time on the Sepolia testnet. And here you, in the next click, you can already spin up the positions. There are no multiple steps included except for the approval. You essentially can skip creation of abstract accounts as well as like further delegation approvals. Here we can see that the balancer pool token has been minted, and also like our position has been leveraged up to the desired amount. To sum it up, our platform allows you to answer the question with what are you doing? Are you doing LSDs? Are you doing DEX farming? Are you doing leverage staking? The answer should be everything. And that's essentially what we built with Oil Synths. Thank you.
Okay. Can I start now? Okay. Hi guys, I'm Charles. Actually, I just dropped out from Yale University to join crypto, and this is my teammate Bruce. And our project is called ReferFi. We are the first on-chain referral protocol, and we hope that everyone can earn commission, because we feel that from central exchanges like Binance, they have a good referral program to attract more users. But DEX like Uniswap don't have this kind of program, and we want everyone can earn commission and help the decentralized exchanges grow. And you can see here, first, after the user comes to our website, he needs to connect the wallet, and he will choose a platform to refer. For example, let's take Uniswap. And we assume Uniswap would give 30% of the swap refer bonus to get more users. And simply, the promoter needs to copy the link and then send it to his friend. Then we switch to the friend's laptop, and then the friend needs to paste this link here and goes to the ReferFi website. And first time when he saw the website, he will see he will get 10% of the bonus too if he use the link. And the first time he has to mint a soulbound token from our ReferFi because that's the way we can track him the relationship with the promoter. And after he mint the soulbound token, he can now start to use our website and trying to go to the Uniswap website. So here, the invitee will try to swap like 0.8 Ether to 2,700 USDC. And you can see here, actually, Uniswap charge 4 USDT service fee. And what we do is like, we will hope the DEX give us 30% of that. We will give it back right away to the referee and the invitee. Let's confirm. And let's see, after we go back to the website, we can see the invitee gets 0.4 USDT, and actually the referrer also gets 0.8 USDT in just 30 seconds. We do everything on chain. And okay, so also the referrer can just claim the 0.8 USDT on chain in base chain with very little cost. Okay, thank you. This is our demo.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, guys. Hello. How do we get it on screen?
How does it show up on screen?
Yeah, but
I think your display is extending. So our game is Bubble Wars. This is an on-chain game where you can absorb ETH from other players. If you've ever played Agario, it's similar to that, but it's on-chain. So right now, to spawn in, you can have a burner wallet, so you don't even need to connect your wallet to play. Oh. There we go, okay.
Oh my God, man. It's rendered here. Okay, so here's the gameplay, man. Sadly, it's too zoomed in, but all right. So we're gonna play, spawn, and this is fully on chain running within its own rollup right now. So right now we're gonna spawn our portal, and this is the place that we emit all our bubbles. And the goal of this game is to basically absorb bubbles which are filled with ETH from other opponents, right? So this is our portal. We're gonna emit ETH from here. Let's do 20 ETH. Yeah, and this is a physics engine running on chain, by the way, as well. And it's all real time. All right, so now, oh snap, we can't even see it, okay. So now we are emitting this guy, right? And if we wanna change the direction in which he moves, we can emit more ETH. Oh yeah, so let's kill ourselves. Let's go into this portal. All right, so what we're gonna do is emit this ETH towards this direction, right? And it's a physics engine, right? So momentum is conserved. So when we emit this, we're gonna launch into this guy, right?
Hello, everybody. Waiting for y'all to see my screen here. But we built a product called Crypto Slices. We submitted it as a price pilot. And so what we built was a NFT and gamification website where users share some data on a web form. And by sharing that data into an online community, they get access to a community data set. So by sharing data, you get an NFT. The NFT grants you a data set, access to a data set. So through sharing the data, we are unlocking insights around a data set, incentivizing users to share data, to see data, to make more informed decisions. Doesn't look like you could see the product, but that's okay. And I'll let Django go.
Yeah, we also use verifiable randomness to basically look at all of the options for where a user has submitted where they have eaten some pizza, which is basically the theme of the app, and use that to recommend places to the user for where they could go to get a slice and contribute their next bit of data to the platform. And in order to basically view the data that's been submitted and to get access to certain elements of the UI, you have to have contributed. So the idea is to bootstrap useful data sets via crowdsourcing and community and building positive incentive structures to contribute valuable data. In the future, it might be useful to incorporate some encryption to allow certain elements to be private and certain elements to be public and protect user data and privacy. Thank you so much. We are Crypto Slices.
Shout out Camp Buidl. We never programmed Solidity until this week.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hello. So this is Blockchain. This is basically a platform for game developers to build games, build Web3 games without actually touching any contract code. If you look in this build section here, it's basically an integrated IDE where we have defined functions on the back end, and they can call these functions, developers can call these functions and set up their tokens, set up the schema for their NFTs and user data they want published to the blockchain. And as soon as they do that, they can publish games without even touching the contract code. I have an open source game that we've added some small Web3 elements to, and without using our functions, all I have to do is copy it in here, publish on chain, and then I have to confirm the transaction, and then I can go to play, and I have a previous one also published, but you'll see two here. This is the run and the unnamed game. I didn't name the one I just published, and now this game is published and you can play it. And we added some Web3 elements and that you can claim the NFT and claim the tokens to that game. But it's as easy as that. Web developers and game developers can build it super quickly. Now I'll give this to my teammate to explain another feature.
Yeah, so each game has a built-in revenue function so that owners can earn money as users play their game. And each game is treated as an NFT so that whoever creates the game can split this NFT and sell it on a public marketplace in which investors can buy shares of games they're interested in. So this helps creators raise revenue. Investors can earn money. It fosters innovation and
Okay, I guess we're started. Hello, everybody. We're Egg Wars. Egg Wars is a game where players compete to build an army of chickens and earn the most eggs. So how does it work? Basically, this is a crypto native game. There's two main assets that define all the game logic. You have the chicken NFTs, you have the egg ERC20 token. So when the game starts, every player has a chicken NFT that's level 1. And every 8 hours, you can lay eggs with your chicken. Those eggs are an ERC20 token, and the number of eggs you get is equal to your level. So if you're level 1, 1 egg, level 2, 2 eggs, and so on. So what's the point of this egg token? Well, egg tokens let you do 3 things. 1, you can feed an egg to your chicken to level it up. 1 egg is 1 level, so if you feed it two eggs, you'll go up 2 levels. Second, you can throw eggs at enemy chickens, which will bump them down a level. And third, you can hatch an egg for a 10% chance at creating a new chicken that's using the API 3 trustable RNG generator, so it's not spoofable. So this is pretty interesting. You can see our UI here. On the left, I have my chickens, and I can lay eggs with my chickens, or I can feed them eggs that I already have. And then on the right, I have all enemy chickens at whom I can throw eggs. So 2 cool things I want to call out. 1, we have custom 3D chicken art. The more your chickens level up, they grow larger. So here's a chicken that's level 1. You can see it's kind of like a little skinny chicken, but the metadata is updated on-chain every time you feed your chicken. So here's the maxed out level 20 chicken, and you can see this one's kind of a big boy. And then finally, I just want to call out why it's cool that there's a token. We have this egg token. It's tradable on Uniswap. So if it gets really inflated, it becomes cheap enough to buy it up and throw it at everybody else, leveling them down. But if it gets really expensive, then your chicken becomes a yield-bearing asset. So this is a real crypto-native game. Thank you.
Okay, so now we can show what we are talking about the dynamic of the ordinals NFTs. So it will have like attached the different information. So it's the evolution of the NFTs. So instead of being just a a stable or a static NFT, it will be dynamic. So you can be inscripting and be more personalized and be more, dynamic in these transactions, in these interactions within the network. And it will be all in this new BRC 333 protocol that allows these features.
Yes, this is like billboards on Bitcoin. Each NFT in this collection is like a decentralized Reddit that's focused on one single question. In this particular case, you go to a website and you put in a question as well as a seed that could be an image or text, and then you mint it. It comes up with this really cool question mark that
So, yeah.
I can't see it.
So the question mark comes with the inscription and the modify, and it can also have sounds and all the different types of features.
And the question comes out, and as well a question QR code. So you can go to the website and answer the question, and both the mentors and the people who are answering the questions get rewards for their engagement.
If you are Repo or Data Muse, we need you down at the Neptune stage, Repo or Data Muse.
Test, test. We ready? Hey, Web3 fam. We are Bridget. We're bringing cross-chain liquidity for lending and borrowing without limits. You can borrow no matter where you deposit. So right now, DeFi needs a better user experience. We're hyper-focused on UI, UX, ease of use, and accessibility. In order to supply, you have 3 steps. Choose your collateral network, the network that you're going to borrow on, and the amount to borrow. Same thing with borrow. Make it quick and easy. Here you go. Here's our team. Strong group of Web3 founders.
That's it?
What else have we got?
I don't know. Maybe show the demo?
Don't have that. Not working anymore. Let's run through our UI UX real quick. So in order to borrow, say I have Ethereum on Linea. I choose both the network and the asset. I'm going to choose to borrow on Ethereum network some USDC. I'll throw in $1,000. It tells me the amount. Go ahead and connect wallet and borrow, and that sends it. This helps end fragmented liquidity and makes DeFi accessible for all. As far as our roadmap,
For the next steps are going to be account abstraction for the borrowers to have more liquidity and to do without gas. And that's it. Thank you very much.
So there's going to be 20 seconds of judging, and then you guys will start, okay?
Once it hits.
Yep, once it hits 0, you'll go ahead, okay?
Cool. All right, hello everyone. This is Donut Exchange. It's a brand new decentralized exchange that uses FHE for encrypted amounts, encrypted reserves, and mitigates MEV as a result. So a bit of a recap. Blockchain transactions, balances, they're all public information. Everyone can see what you have. That is not necessarily a bad thing, but we know a byproduct is MEV. So you can get sandwich attacked and pretty much lose some of your money in your transaction and your swap pretty much. So in Web 2, privacy is pretty much a standard. So this is a screenshot of a Venmo like help center page, and here we can see that you have the choice of either having your transaction public
or with their friends or private. So this is a bit of flexibility that people are used to. So that's just something Web2 offers. And then a bit of FHE allows for fully homomorphic encryption. It's what the math uses in order to preserve encrypted states. And then here we have a bit of a quick demo of how the DEX works. So we're just going to bring up the swap UI, view the tokens. We're going to mint some mock tokens here. So we're going to go ahead and mint some mock DAI. We can see this has about 67 or about 67 tokens. We're going to mint some USDC as well. So these are all private amounts. So these are encrypted ERC20s, meaning that only you with the private key are able to see your own balance. So now we're going to add some liquidity to our pools, so about 100 each to retain like one-to-one pricing. We're just going to approve it. So there's a few transactions you have to approve, and that's because we're pretty much approving the tokens for the liquidity pool. Yes. And once that confirms,
Test, test. Ah, there we go. All right, so we are NoBank, and what we are doing is a decentralized on and off ramp with cash. So essentially what this is, this came about, we had one of our team members head down to South America and was trying to do currency exchange down there, and they have a system called Rappi, where you are able to essentially, with your debit card online, have cash delivered to you, do a currency exchange. So along those same lines, we sort of built the system here for NoBank. So what's going on is you have 3 apps within the NoBank system. You have a market maker, a customer, and a driver. The market maker provides liquidity. The driver goes to and from the market maker to the customer, providing a pretty much trustless transaction. You can't really do that with cash. But back and forth between the customer and the market maker, making profit as a driver, and the market maker is making profit on the transactions. So let's see, they generate their wallet locally. So this is the market maker app. Generates his wallet, gets his location, and then it's checking the rate from USDT to USD. So he sets his cash reserve manually, and then he's online, and he just starts listening to a WebSocket for events here. And then we've got our driver sets up a security deposit so that he doesn't run away with the money on a transaction. And once he's done that and his wallet is connected, he starts listening to the same socket as well. So then once we have a customer place an order here, so customer places an order, first thing they do is they get on the map, and anyone that's subscribed to the WebSocket, they'll be able to see them popping up here. So you can actually see, this is in Denver right now. Oh, I got 25 seconds, let's speed this up. All right, guy sets this up, sets up his wallet, places an order. Liquidity providers have a pool similar to the Uniswap liquidity model so that when they run out of USDT, it changes the value to incentivize rational actors to come and restock them. Next steps are find a friendly regulatory environment, probably the hardest part. Join crypto meetup groups in the area, establish market makers, and fix issues. There we go, that's it. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
If you are a project waiting for your next time, but you are ready now, you can come down and begin to check in because we need the next projects that are ready to go. If you're part of DeFi, NFT, and gaming, DeFi, NFT, and gaming. Also, judges, if you need more time to add up your scores, if you'll let us know, we'll put a pause in so that you guys can have all the time that you need.
Can you tell me your name, project?
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. I want to introduce Cartridge Swap, a permissionless marketplace for provable on-chain games. So we think that game creation and distribution today sucks. Marketplaces are permissioned and heavily tax users and developers, right? 30% is the global average for game marketplaces that are, 30% is taken from game developers. Now comes Web3, and we think we can solve these issues and do even better, right? And that's what Cartridge Swap aims to do. It aims to democratize indie game publishing by allowing game developers to build their games with traditional game languages using Rives. It allows them to permissionlessly add these games to the marketplace and select a Web3 native sales model. So why would people go ahead and collect these cartridges? Well, they can actually prove their gameplays on-chain. By buying a game, they can essentially participate on-chain by running the game in the browser. It's picked up in the client and then submitted for replay within Rives and verified using the Cartesian machine. Now that you can prove essentially your speedrun that you accomplished in Doom and enshrine your score into history. Now, beyond that, beyond playing these cartridges, you can actually share upside in the success of a game, incentivizing contribution. Now, let me give you a quick demo. I think I have like 45 seconds left. So I'm going to show you guys what it looks like without owning a cartridge. So I can go ahead and play the game, but I will not be able to actually submit my score to the leaderboard. As you can see, this error message shows up here, and I cannot essentially verify my gameplay. Now I can go ahead and buy a game. I'm buying free Doom here. I'm confirming the transaction, and I now own the copy. If I go ahead and now play the game, I will be able to finally submit my game with an alias, minted NFT, and essentially my whole gameplay is now verified on-chain, and I enshrine my name on the leaderboard. I don't have time.
Hi. So we are from Storyteller, and the Storyteller is about the bottom-up content creation NFT. So the bottom-up is the root NFT is a good example of bottom-up NFT. So contents can be created based on the metadata, simple metadata. But the root NFT has problems, so which is like a very difficult to create the contents. So it needs to be very creative. And also there's no system to track who and how build the contents. So here, I think a solution is that we need Copilot and IP registry for the bottom-up content creation. So this is the concept of a storyteller. So easy and enjoyable interactive content generation and auto-integrated with IP registry. So we use ChatGPT and also gamification, NFT, and IP registration. Okay, so let's do the demonstration. Okay. So this is the front end. So user can generate the prompt, ChatGPT prompt. So this is the gaming prompt. And this is registered in NFT and also registered as an IP in the story protocols. So here we can manage the license, who can create, and how many sub-child content created. And after creating this content in the story protocols, the next user can extend and interact with this prompt on-chain using Chainlink and ChatGPT API. So our smart contract connects the ChatGPT API using Chainlink functions. So this smart contract contains the root prompt, and this root prompt executed in the ChatGPT environment, and Chainlink functions get the user's interaction and the response from the ChatGPT. And those contents is stored in the smart contract. And also, after creating these contents, user can create the mint sub NFT of the root NFT. So this is how the sub content creation works. And also for the bonus point, we also have the AI video generation part.
Hello. Hello, ETH Denver. We're on this. On this created shortcuts. A shortcut allows users to execute a bundle of on-chain actions by sending funds to an ENS domain or contract address. Here's a quick example. Here, a user sends ETH to base.eth, and it bridges over the ETH to the base chain. You don't have to go to a UI, no phishing risk, and saves a bunch of steps. What else can you do with shortcuts? You could do common actions like bridging, swapping, staking, minting, or trading, or a combination of all those actions. Initially, when we started building shortcuts, we built all of them as a team of 4 with our ideas. Eventually, we realized we have to generate ideas from the community. So we opened up a forum, quickly growing to 50+ creators and 100+ shortcut ideas, which is why we're here today, launching the Shortcut Creator no-code tool, which will empower everyone to permissionlessly create shortcuts. Here's a quick video showcasing the product. In this video, a user simply comes on, connects their wallet, selects the destination chain. We have a couple here, but we're adding more soon. In this case, it's Base, so the user is bridging over to Base and swapping into the DGen token. It fetches the best pool. This one is Uniswap. And then it adds a creator address, which accumulates points and fees. And voila, shortcut created. Then, it's not over yet. You could copy the address and use it instantly directly out of your wallet. So by sending ETH to this contract address or shortcut, the ETH will be bridged to Base and swapped into the DGen token. So you see there's 0 DGen in this wallet, and I'm going to showcase how you could send 0.01 ETH to that shortcut that we just created via our shortcut no-code tool. And I think we're still good on time. And here is the last part. Here we go. And Base, DGen, yes. Okay. All right, thank you guys. Thanks, guys. Do we get that in there?
If you are DeFi, NFTs, and gaming, please come check in at the Neptune stage. DeFi, NFTs, and gaming, please check in at the Neptune stage.
Once I start the timer. Oh, okay. You need to move your display over. As the timer starts.
Screw in there now. Should just clone it.
You guys ready?
Yep.
All right. Timer starts now.
Hello guys, so we're from Mated. Our objective here is tackling an issue that exists in gaming communities. So basically the game communities, they're not only the players and the developers, but there's also this creator economy around it with streamers, esports players and stuff. So what we're tackling here is making this shared economy Web3 native. What's it in here? The idea is that once you're playing on this on-chain fantasy console, everything that you do, it's on-chain, and supporters can go there, pick up your gameplay, and collect it. Like if you're tipping on Patreon, but now you have this art that's an NFT that has uses, you can replay matches, you can use it for gaming tutorials and other stuff, right? So just an example here on how you could collect one of these moments on a gameplay, a little demo. So in this case, we have this achievement, which is fastidier, which is when you eat over 15 apples under 100 seconds on this snake game. So you go there and you say, hey, I like this one. You press the like button. You collect that specific frame. It might be something funny. It might be a good achievement. And these achievements, they are bound to a bonding curve. So when you support someone, you are actually investing in them. And as the community spreads, it also values your NFT. And once again, you can do it on random moments, or you can do on special things like these achievements. And these were showcasing how your balance is actually going up and down according to when you sell or you purchase these moments, right? So yeah, I guess that's most of it. We built this feature on top of Rise, which is this on-chain fantasy console. And yeah. I guess I made it, pitch in 2 minutes.
Hi guys, my name is Edward. I'm a 14-year-old developer and a member of Evergreen. So, what is Evergreen? First, in the current NFT market, many well-designed origin NFTs are being copied by other creators or their customers, which destroys the values of those NFTs. And it is difficult to distinguish which one is the origin. So, based on these problems, we came up with the idea to develop a zero-knowledge-based app for NFT ownership and digital copyright authentication and verification. So, during the minting stage of the NFT, our solution is to embed a hidden digital mark to that NFT, which includes the owner and original information. So after this step, this mark undergoes a zero-knowledge verification during every transactions, and only if the NFT passes those transactions, it can be traded successfully. And the initially created NFT comes with the first step of verification, and when the buyer pays and locks a certain amount into our smart contracts we provided, the second step proves the transfer of ownership. And then the transaction actually takes place. Finally, the buyer verifies the NFT he purchased again and becomes the legal owner of that NFT. And for the here we introduce the zero knowledge proof involved. The overall design is divided into two stages. The goal of the first stage is to prove that he is the creator of that NFT. And the second stage has two goals. The first point is to prove that the data is indeed encrypted using the public key that locks the amount. And the second point is to prove that the encrypted information here is the same with
Hi, we're Team AutoHodl, your on-chain piggy bank. So if you're like me, you've been on-chain a while, you wish you had saved some Ethereum back in the day, you would have had a lot more money now, but you were too lazy or too greedy and you took it out. Well, with AutoHodl, with every transaction you make on-chain, we're going to take a little bit and put it into a savings account on your behalf. We interact with any target contract you already have, like Uniswap, paying a friend through their EOA, and our core functionality is the savings contracts that we created. Let's see how it works. In reality, you'd be going through something like Uniswap and interacting directly with them. Our next version is going to be a MetaMask Snap, which will seamlessly integrate with your wallet so that you won't have to go elsewhere. Right now, what we're looking at is the savings account setup flow, where we're saying that we want to save 0.0001 Ethereum every transaction. We're going to time lock it for a year so that we can't take it out. Now that our savings account is set up, we're interacting with our Uniswap contract. This isn't Uniswap, this is just a dummy counter contract. We're clicking count, but every time we do that, we're slowly taking some Ethereum from your account and putting it into savings, much like Acorns does for Web 2, we're doing this for Web 3. And you can see that after we interacted with the actual contract we want to interact with, that our savings account had some balance. So that's AutoHodl. We're really excited about moving this forward, integrating with MetaMask Snaps, deeper integration with 4337 account abstraction, coming up with different use cases, not just withdrawing your money into your own account, withdrawing into charity. You can even think about using this for taxes, where 8.8% of every payment that you make goes to the city of Denver for sales taxes or something like that. And ultimately, we want to integrate with all wallets and be everybody's primary savings account. Thank you.
Netcar or Nectar? Sorry if I'm pronouncing your project wrong, but Netcar or Nectar? We need you down at the Neptune stage. You're here? Y'all are.
Hi, everyone. This is Eugene, the founder of Nectar. I'm happy to introduce a game-changing DEX focusing on bringing market makers from CX. So we have seen a lot of evolution of DEX. Still, a significant gap remains. The DEX is not market maker friendly, and the majority of the market makers still operate on CX because they can make better yields, and it's more convenient. They understand the custody risk, but still, like a FTX crash, but they still using it. The reason is DEX is not very convenient for them, and then there are a lot of the gas fees, like high and unpredictable gas fees and slippages and MEV attack, and the latency is more higher, and there is some learning curve for AMM. So there are a lot of hurdles for market makers and the CEX traders to get on onboarding to the DEX. So simply, they cannot make better yields on DEX. So here we come with Nectar, hybrid order book DEX designed to solve their problems. So our platform empowers market makers to raise their liquidity from the platform, also achieve a higher yield. And we offer a trustless order book where the retail investor can join and then do the copy trading or yield farming without custody risk. So with the AUM, more AUM, market maker can make better yields. And we are safe from any MEV attack, and we reduce the gas fees by up to 90% compared to the Uniswap V2. And it's very cost efficient, and we eliminated impermanent loss and slippages by the limit order. And we getting into the market for multi-chain liquidity, so we can launch into any EVM chains. So yeah, you can try out on nectarx.io. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Ryan, this is Chris. We're the co-founders of Sphere One. Essentially, blockchain and the usability of blockchain is kind of hard. So everyone's been kind of there. You mess around with the blockchain. It's like you have quite a bit of steps to do, different wallets, all this kind of stuff. But essentially, what if there was a more intuitive way to interact with the blockchain to complete a given transaction or a set of tasks? What we ended up building is a way to go from natural language to a set of transactions performed on the blockchain. So this is kind of what our end goal and vision is like, which essentially is just an intent-based layer to interact with the blockchain. So you can say simply, I would like to send so-and-so $20 or Xmatic or whatever, and then essentially it'll determine all the right steps for you to do so. Okay, cool. So here is kind of the video of it. This is kind of what we ended up building here. It's a little rough around the edges for a UI. But essentially, if you can't see it, it's essentially saying, how can I help you today? You say, hey, I'd like to send 0.01 Matic to Ryan at Sphere1.xyz. We did essentially a back-end table just for a database for wallet to email. And we essentially get a quote, and then you say, oh, no, I don't want to do that. I'd like to do something else. It's like, OK, well, what would you do next? I say, OK, let's actually send it to Chris instead of Ryan. So we get a quote, and we get the actual transaction. You say, yeah, let's do it. And then here it is on Polygon. So essentially what's happening in the background is that this is actually hitting a Cosmos chain, and this is actually being relayed over into child chains. So we essentially have a parent-child relationship between wallets and the blockchains. So the transactions that are being performed are actually being done on Polygon and other blockchains, not on our meta chain. Yeah, that's it.
Hello, everyone. We are Web3 fans, the only fans for Web3. We are a video streaming platform where you can support your creators, helping them monetize through Hedera or any ETH-compatible transaction. And we also take user privacy and security very seriously. So we actually check creators' wallets for any blacklist before we let them onto our platform. So, for example, if you play a video that's a scam video, for example, 2 hot girls, 1 laptop, and you realize this isn't really 2 hot girls, 1 laptop, it actually marks that transaction as malicious because this IP address was actually a malicious address. We actually got that malicious address from SPF, by the way, so it's a real bad address. Don't send your funds there. However, if you want to go for like a good trader, for example, this live streaming group, this is actually live, by the way. You can actually give them HBAR, which is Hedera tokens, or you can just send them to the ETH account. As you can see, they are not marked as malicious, so we are taking user trust very seriously. In addition, one of the common things that we hear about Web3 is that there's not a lot of creators, but not a lot of users. So we want to increase demand from the user side. So instead of creating more AI tools for creators to put out more content, we actually use collaborative filtering so that you find out all the best videos that you like. For example, if you like A and B creators and your friend likes B and C, you're going to get suggested to video C, which is exactly the video that you want to see, therefore boosting your engagement and your interaction on the platform. And then, of course, we don't really forget about creators themselves. You can also stream directly from our app as well, like so. See this little good-looking guy? That's not who you want to see, but that's who we are.
Yeah.
Hi guys, we are JSQTS team. Our team is about mobile application. Don't think about health. Don't worry about health. Just squat it. Yes, let's go.
So hey guys, thank you so much for saying that. We're trying to reward fitness. Bring it on chain. Use off-chain attestations to reward a healthy lifestyle. I did this for myself because I'm getting fat AF, and I guess I have 1 minute left. So the solution is basically using EAS and intuition to enable off-chain attestations based on a squat counter that picks up your inbuilt cell phone gyroscopic data and measures a squat. And the more squats you do, you test them off-chain. Doing it on-chain right now. And hopefully it gets signed. I guess send another one. And players are rewarded in the native token. That's JSQ. You can earn JSQ 1 squad. IRL is 1 JSQ. We have NFT rewards which you can exchange for said tokens and get multipliers. You can stake your tokens for multipliers or donate it if you're feeling good, if you want to feel double good. Off-chain attestations 437 smart contract wallets for efficiency, Paymaster to avoid fees for the end user, and batching the transactions every 12 hours. That's what we built, and really.
Good afternoon. Our project is Repo, a lending platform providing liquidity and leverage to holders of fixed-yielding assets. In the case of this prototype, that would be the Pendle PT token. So the Repo Vault allows holders to access short-term liquidity and leverage using PTs as collateral. So these loans are underwritten as repurchase agreements. So the borrower actually agrees to come back and purchase the collateral at a rate higher than the amount of the loan that they took out in the first place. And the difference between the borrow amount and the repurchase price is what represents the interest rate on this loan. So in addition to providing liquidity, we also provide leverage to traders wanting to speculate on short yield trades. So by integrating the Ethereum Vault contract directly with the Pendle market contract, we allow the user to actually receive their loan amount prior to posting collateral, purchase the collateral, and then our contract executes solvency checks to ensure that the loan amount is in the appropriate amount. So we allow both borrowing against principal token assets and high leverage positions in these assets. So when because the nature of the loan is actually a repurchase agreement, we don't have to liquidate users based on fluctuations in the price of their collateral. Instead, if they simply default on the loan after the term period, we can allow any other liquidator to come in and purchase their collateral assets for the repurchase price. So this ensures that the liquidity providers in our borrowing market are able to maintain nominal solvency, and they will never suffer nominal impairment. So there's a lot of cool integrations we can do with this, but that's the end of my time, so thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Annie.
And I'm Christy.
And we created Olive Juice. It's a platform for creators, either creatives, content creators, anyone who has IP who wants to protect it. We worked with Story Protocol's IP layer to make sure that anyone who has content and wants to protect it or protect their intellectual property can do so, and also see who else has used their work. So what you'll see in our demo is that when somebody creates content and then somebody else takes that content and remixes it, when the original creator enters or registers their content, they will be able to see every other person who has interacted with or used their content. And in the future, we hope that we'll be able to incorporate a flagging system to say whether or not they don't want certain people, certain types of content using their own. So then it will be flagged. So,
for the purposes of the demo, I'm going to show you how I'm going to register a YouTube video. Actually, Annie created the video, and I made 2 tweets before this demo to code the video that's being registered. And then, so I'll just quickly show you the workflow. So I'm a YouTube creator, and I comes on to Olive Juice, which is our platform to register the YouTube video. And then what I'll quickly do is, what I would usually do is I would put my YouTube link here. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip this. But what I would normally do is mint an NFT for the YouTube video, and then register the NFT as an IP asset on Story Protocol. And then our platform would scan Twitter and find these tweets that I previously made. You can see the social graph here. So this is the YouTube video, and these are
Thank you.
So,
Hello, our data muse. Okay. We are Data Muse. We are a platform that aggregates NFT collector data for artists. The problem we found is that artists are having trouble tracking and connecting with their most loyal supporters, and NFT artists have a ton of incomprehensible data that they don't know what to do with. So we built a platform called Data Muse that allows this artist to track those collectors and engage with them further on Web3 socials, including XMTP and Farcaster. So once you log in, you have an option to log in with an email or a wallet. Once you log in, you're going to be greeted with a homepage that has that'll be blank. You can use this search box right here to search for any wallet address that you want. This is Riz Levy. He's a popular creator on SoundXYZ. So these are all of Riz's top creators. It's using Airstack to pull instead of a 0x address because that abstracted data is hard for artists to know what they're looking at. So we use Airstack to track these ENSs, lens handles, and Farcaster handles, including a PFP, so they can put a name to these 0x addresses that they have no idea who's collecting from them. Once you get this ranked list, you are then able to share it with this button right here. You have options for Warpcast, XMTP, downloading an image, or sharing to X. This is going to be the Warpcaster flow. It'll automatically open up Warpcast and share a frame of your top collectors in a ranked list. If I was to share this cast, anyone who sees this on their feed would be able to search for any ENS or 0x address directly without leaving Farcaster. They can search any artist that they collect from, see their top leaderboard, which we hope would incentivize them to buy more NFTs from these artists to climb up the ladder. And if they click on this, it directs them back to our website so that they can take a deeper dive. So that is Data Muse. Thank you guys so much for hearing us.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome to Fastlane. Fastlane is a fun little arcade game, fully hosted on Web3, and the goal of the game is to navigate your ball down a course of obstacles and power-ups to reach the end of the road. Upon reaching the end of the road, you will be able to mint your own track segment and be added to a pool of users that all yield from all users playing the game as they pay tokens. Our game is to cross-deploy to Arbitrum, Linea, and the Polygon Mumbai network. Our course uses the Oasis network to encrypt obstacles so that players cannot read them before they get to them. We're going to show you a quick demo once this transaction goes through, if Linea decides to verify. The Oasis network provides a nice fog of war mechanic. Okay, so here we go. We have some of your favorite ETH Denver memes here, like the spork whale. Will speed you up as you go along the trail. And as you go along, more obstacles will load. Do you want to talk a little bit about the game, Nelson? Because we have. Oh, okay. Okay. Once you reach the end of the road, you'll be able to edit and mint your own track and be added to that pool of users. This provides a way to earn passive income from the game. So instead of a play-to-earn model, it's more of a play-to-earn passive income. You play it once, and then you could go away for 2 weeks and come back and potentially have $2 in your account. Our aim of this game is not to charge users a high fee. We want it to feel like an arcade. So we're thinking when we deploy to main, we only want to charge users about 25 cents per game. Thank you.
Today, we're proposing an event-driven mentality towards the renaissance of NFTs. Current NFT market is still dominated by digital collectibles, the PFPs, and the industry is trying to boost the NFT usage beyond PFPs, for example, gaming. But there is a big gap between PFPs and Web3 applications because most applications are minting their own NFT collections, very isolated. Traditionally, a game, for example, will mint its own NFTs. As the game progresses, the metadata gets updated on-chain, and the NFT also progresses with the game. Such data structure restricts existing NFT collections to be used in a game. Now, how can we effectively enable the utility of existing NFT collections through the game? Pudgy Penguins, for example, through the event-driven mentality, we just need an event-driven standard smart contract which the game follows. As the game progresses, instead of changing the metadata on-chain, we update the status changes through an event emitted to this smart contract. These status changes will effectively logged on-chain and will result in a chain of events for the game. Similarly, if we extend this idea to other applications like social media, each application will have its own chain of events representing the application statuses.
The left page is COX Arcade, which links to the deploy event-driven smart contract on the right side of the screen. Users are able to see all the updates. Let's start with the first game. This is a music game called NFT Fighter, where the characters are battling with their dancing. After the game is ended and I hit the continue button, the game summary will be sent to our smart contract via an event. This event we just emitted contains a URL which points to a decentralized storage that records the changes of the status of the character we just played with. And you can see that the values are correctly reflecting in our archive.
We listed some planned future works like proposing an EIP incorporating Bitcoin ordinals and story protocol. We look forward to your questions.
Already. All right, me and Andrew love playing competitive games like Snake, but how do you know if the score that me or Andrew got are actually legit? We could have manipulated the scores, right? Well, that's where ZK Snake comes in. Built on Risk Zero, we've made a game on Risk Zero that allows you to prove and verify that the score you got on the game is actually legit through ZK Proofs.
Yes, let's connect our wallet and play a simple round of ZK Snake. I can eat some food and I get some score, and then I accidentally die. So then I can mint an NFT that would guarantee my process, guarantee my score. Let's click the mint. We get a pop-up, we mint, and right now there is on-chain request for Risk Zero verification. In approximately 5 minutes, there will be a Risk Zero knowledge proof submitted on-chain to our contract, and an NFT will be created. It will probably look like this, the transaction we submitted a couple of minutes before, and you can see like the ZK Snake NFT is minted. Let's take a look at how those look. Those are actually available on OpenSea. And you can see like the score is available in the picture itself, and the color of the picture changes the higher the score you get, and so on and so forth. Actually, you can go into the interface of the game and browse all the ZK snakes in existence, or you can also like browse the snakes that are currently available in your profile, and so on and so forth.
And how it works is essentially we take the user's input from the front end, the game they're playing in the front end, take the user input, pass into a smart contract where we re-simulate the game in a compiled, using Risk Zero's Bonsai application, and we generate the proof and mint it on an NFT with QuickNode. Thank you.
It's going.
So we are the product called the Predictory. So our product concept is building the prediction markets for the best UI connected social while utilizing the blockchain. So this means like a seamless integration between the social media application and our Predictory prediction market application. So this means like Web2 users can easily more get into a poly market or field than using our products without knowing this one is a crypto application as well. So make users unaware of the blockchain. So this means a more easy logging like a Face ID and key pass as well. So here is a demo here. So here's a Twitter account. Then we can just go to the post. We have this one is a prediction topic. So we have a rugby game. You know which one gonna win. Then we can just predict and we can bet the amount of the money to this prediction market. So basically, we just go to the main page. This is the main page of our application. Then Stormers and Evergreen game. Then which one win. Then we can just log in through the wallet just by using a passkey. So we don't need to use any other signature stuff, right? So it's much more easy for the non-crypto users. Then we can just enter the number of the research, how to bet, and which one to win for we can just bet for the Stormers. Then we can predict, then we can just participate in the our prediction market. Then we can just sign our transaction by using the Face ID. Then done. So it's much more easy for like just through the old process is through the X account, the X post. So it is much more for the mass users. So thank you so much for listening.
There we go. Okay, perfect. Cool. Incredible. Hello, everyone. We're Swoosh, a streamlined, simple, lightning-fast payment app. So traditional payments are expensive, slow, and more importantly, scattered, right? Looking at Cash App, Venmo, Zelle even, right? They typically take between 1.5 or 1.75 to around 2% in fees, and more importantly, cross-border payments take about 1 to 5 business days to settle. This is incredibly inconvenient, and more importantly, because countless payment apps exist, in order for you to interface with every single way to pay, you're allocating gigabytes of your iPhone space or Android space just to these apps alone. And so we sought to build on the blockchain, right, create a composable payment and bill splitting app where users can send, request, and receive tokens in just 4 clicks. Awesome. So let's say you went to dinner with a couple friends and you want to split the bill with them, right? You label it, you put the amount that the bill was, and you put their addresses in. And so the program automatically calculates how much each person owes. And this is the outgoing request or request out where people owe you money. Whereas let's say now you want to pay someone directly, right? You put in what the payment's for, their address, as well as the amount that you want to pay them. And the checker will check whether or not it's a malicious address, parsing through on-chain data to check whether it's a hacked or phished address. And so you're able to repay and get payments as well. Amazing. So our product integrates ERC 4337, including the paymaster where users don't have to pay gas at all. And more importantly, it's completely web-based, meaning that no one has to download any application. Furthermore, fiat and crypto on-ramps and off-ramps, as well as seamless integration through Web 2 sign-in. Given further iterations, we plan to integrate crypto and fiat on and off-ramps, scheduled and recurring payments, as well as custom links for QR code-based payments. Thank you.
Oh, GM everyone. Today I'm very excited to introduce our project Game GBA. Yeah, it is from Game Boy. Somebody maybe could play Game Boy in my childhood. And what we do is a generated blockchain AI game. A limit content creation, gasless, and monetizing experience today. Yeah, and nowadays AI just grew fast. You see Sora, OpenAI, and more, and people are just figuring out how can AI to integrate with GameFi. It's something on-chain access with the on-chain AI activity. So how can we get them together? So that's why we want to introduce our project. Yeah, GBA. Oh, it's not very good. Like okay, and we have game cards. When you play game GBA first, you need to put game cards in the GBA first. Every game card is an NFT, a boundary, and a pump game. And the content creators can put the pump game, so like a Pokemon in text, or just like a sport or a roulette game, and they put it and mint it and like a boundary pool, and players from all wide world can play it. And let's go into one game we have now. Yeah, let's launch the Game Boy now, and then what we see, yeah. And users need to interact with the prompt to answer to something to get the information of the game. And this in this part is off-chain. It can be a roll-up network, and it doesn't cost about any gas. But if you want to find the answer or sell like a misery or sell like a answer in a treasure, okay, you need to fit the answer, and when you put to the answer, you need to pay ticket. And if you win, take all the bounties away, and if you don't, 80% of the ticket will be paid to the creator, 10 to the protocol, and 10 will be increased to the bounty. And that's how our fear of missing out mechanism works. And we use the parts of that to let the content creators to make sure that they need to provide high quality games, since that if they don't, okay, user will not play them. If it's too easy, they'll take their money away. So content creators can grow with AGI, and people can enjoy AGI's animations with the creators and earn money together. And that's what we want to show about this project is AGI. Remember us, we are GBA, yeah, Generative Blockchain AI game. Yeah, and that's all for our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Hi guys, so we're Twine, and what you're looking at here is the front-end view of Aave at the top, and then Twine, our protocol, at the bottom. And what I'm going to do right now is to borrow from Aave more than what Aave should allow me to. As you can see, my borrowing limit on Aave is $85, but I'm going to borrow $86 of wrapped BTC. So let's approve that transaction, and we're going to get back to it at the very end. Okay, so how did that happen, and what actually happened? So Twine is a protocol that enables credit allocation on existing lending markets. And the problem with those markets is that they have to balance growth and risk. So usually they have to set very conservative parameters, and the listing process is risky and slow.
So yeah, what we are shifting risk-taking from Aave to credit LPs. So the Aave governance, they set collateral factors, and we are adding an additional risk layer on top, where credit LPs can boost collateral factors of other users. So this is your normal Aave view. You can use 50% of your collateral value and borrow up to 3K. We want to boost that number up so that you can use your collateral with higher capital efficiency. How do we do it? This is your collateral value and your borrowing limit. We will add some more of it, funded by our credit LP. We mix those two positions together into a meta account, and then the borrower can go to Aave, borrow from Aave with a higher borrowing limit. So the credit LP earns yield by securing riskier loans. In the best case, everyone gets paid and everyone's fine. In the worst case, the credit LP will get liquidated if the liquidation doesn't go through on Twine. As you can see, the debt is higher than the original collateral. The V1 version is pretty easy. We just lend credit to the same collateral type. The V2 version is a little bit fancier. You can lend credit to tokens that are not listed on Aave, so they can tap into Aave's liquidity. And yeah, as you can see here, the borrow limit on Aave would be more than 100%, and on Twine, it's like less than.
Hey everybody, my name is Danny, and I represent the team from Stallion Stake, a composable NFT GameFi-enabled fantasy sports and betting platform. Today we're excited to announce our initial product, the ability to create and play NBA fantasy games. So you are able to create an NBA game that is permissionless, and you can pick either from a winner-takes-all or a no-loss competition. In addition, in our game, you can play and benefit from DeFi, as our games are modular and generate yield from ERC 4626. standards. We also have composable technology, as individuals who play our game receive a 721 ERC token as representation of playing in the game. So how does it work, right? So an individual is able to create a competition. At this point in time, you can again play a winner-takes-all or a no-loss game. Then they're able to pick your players and submit funds using Dynamic for a better abstracted user experience. Participants then get an ERC 721 token as representation of entry. Those funds are then simultaneously locked in an ERC 4626 vault, earning yield from Yearn. The game is tracked and updated from an Oracle utilizing Chainlink's function features, and then individuals are easily able to instantly settle, claim winnings, and funds. So I've talked about enough. Let's show you the protocol. So, as I said, you're able to now create a competition. I here will be able to populate all the various information and toggle between if I want my game to be lost or not. Let's go and actually showcase. We've been able to deploy 13 games at this point in time. I think actually even more. So in addition to that, I'm also searching over here for the ability to show you how you actually play a game. In this case, you pick your players. So you'll see I already have some players, but I can go back and I can actually pick some more because I want KD and I want Giannis on my team because who doesn't, right? So that's how it works. I'm going to talk now a little bit about what's next. So this is just a starting place for Stallion. We believe that there should
Hi, everyone. My name is Vanessa. This is Jen and Cien, and we built Sponsor Me. So if you're an endurance athlete and you are looking to run a race, sometimes they can be pretty expensive. So races can be up to $800 if you're trying to do an Ironman. And if you're trying to get sponsors, it's pretty difficult unless you have a very large social media following. And third, even if you do get sponsorships, the donors don't really know what you're doing with those funds, and they can't really keep up with your progress.
So we built a platform to enable athletes to raise funds by selling ad locations on their t-shirt for race day. Donors will receive NFTs, allowing them to connect with the athletes and be part of the private chat to follow the athlete's training journey.
Yeah. So we used Harpy to validate the address to ensure that the address that deployed the contract is legitimate and safe. So you're not just donating to a scammer. And we deployed on Linea so that it's cheaper and faster to use. Also used ChatGPT to help generate the NFT contract. We have some things that we're excited for next, which is XMTP token-gated chats, kind of like OnlyFans for athletes, where you can talk directly with your athletes and keep up. And then we'll do a quick demo before questions, if that works. Oh no. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so like you click to donate, and then you'll connect your wallet. Once you do that, you'll have 4 different tier options to choose from. So it just depends on the shirt location that you chose. You can add in a note, and then once you mint, you'll get a successful image by Pepe saying thank you, and then you'll be minting an NFT to the community.
Hey. All right. So this is the last call for the DeFi, NFTs, and gaming. If you have not yet presented and you submitted a track to this, you need to come over to the Neptune stage and check in. Otherwise, the judges are going to go and deliberate, and you're not going to be a part of that. So I'm going to say a couple names of some teams. You need to head over to the Neptune stage. I'm looking for Investly DCA, Weather Prediction in Denver, Scratchpad, Cartesi Werewolf, One Number, XMTP, Block Live, Regenerate. Real World Finance. Crossland and Sponsor Me. Just Peachy. Swoosh. No, sorry, Swoosh is good. I overlooked. ZK Life. If those are your names, you want to get over here to the Neptune stage to present. If you're not checked into the next 5 minutes, that's going to be it.
Yeah, I think, can you tell me your project's name?
Hi, this is the WinMe team, 3 full stack blockchain developer and a business dev.
And for this hackathon, we decided to get an open source blockchain game and turn it from a single player kart racing game into a single player play to earn game where players can win tokens. We took a Unity game and we tried to get different levels where you can collect tokens. And the goal is that at the end of it, you can collect tokens and hopefully make some money. We used MetaMask SDK integration at various levels within the protocol. Our protocol is derived of 5 smart contracts that are currently deployed on Arbitrum, going from ERC20 WinMe token to an ERC721 token that grants access to the game, and a store contract that integrates with the tokens to mint the WinMe tokens for US for ETH or stablecoin, and mint NFTs for the price of WinMe tokens. An escrow contract where users can, before the race starts, fund a prize pool, and then after the race ends, claim earnings proportional to their performance. And lastly, from the game, they'll also earn NFTs, which in a marketplace, they'll be able to trade the NFTs by listing, buying, and selling.
We want to make the game as much sustainable as possible, and we found a way to do so. It's going to be a multiplayer game, which is tier-based. So people are going to see different price pools, like 20 cents, $50, $1,000, how much they want to pay, which gives us the ability to leverage everyone's willingness to pay. It's going to be multi-token, so we don't necessarily need WinMe token, but we can play with stablecoin or any other altcoin. And it's a winner-takes-all. All the people we interviewed here at ETH Denver are excited about Degen mode, and so we hope that many people are going to play the game once it's out. Thank you.
and you can come with me, and we're going to go backstage. So if you're a sponsor judge for DeFi, NFTs, and gaming, please come down here. We're going to go into Buidl Council, and then we'll start the deliberation. DeFi, NFTs, and gaming, they're not done? That's the stage, right? Oh, I guess there's one more. We'll finish this one more.
Okay, so hey guys, let's demo this live, game of life. So do you guys know the concept of game of life? So it's basically a single player, zero player game. It's developed by John Conway in 1970. It's a, let's just say it, I guess. So you can connect your wallet here. So just confirm. It's gonna send the transaction of this. So that's actually a zero-player version, the vanilla version, the original version of it. So our innovation is actually created a two-player version of this. And there are two modes. You can play with your friends. Also, you can play with the AI agent of this. And this game is secured by ZK proof. So it's running out of chain and secured by like a ZK oracle. And we put data from blockchain and running the whole game logic in the backend, and it's going to generate a zero-knowledge proof of this. So the thing is actually not running on chain. So let's say we actually have a PVC game which you can play with an AI agent. Actually, you can see you place a random place, the agent will play against you. And this, in the backend, they are running a minimax algorithm. It's not like a machine learning or some kind, just a traditional minimax algorithm with limited search space. Yeah, and you can also do the same. I think I got like a 30-second or something. You still need to connect your wallet. Yeah, so you can also play with your friends, and you can enter your wallet address here, and whoever wins the game will get a NFT of this game. Yeah, so basically that's the main game logic, and yeah. Yeah, we are actually building this whole thing in the like a ZK oracle. Yeah.